All right, welcome. If you're joining, thanks so much. Appreciate it. Group 6, session 23.
Group 6.
Whoop, whoop. Go around the world. All right. Okay. Very exciting.
Hey, Jay has the camera on. Hey, buddy.
Look, it's Jay
How's it
who
going?
has the
I'm
camera.
here. I'm a real person.
Yeah, it's a real person has a camera. It's fantastic. Glad to see it. Glad to see it. And it will help. So last session was a difficult one, I would imagine, for a great number of you. We had time spent at this crystal. This crystal was not exactly what you all imagined interpret it to be. However, there was two visions that were provided that gave some insight into specific questions that were asked and those questions that were received by this crystal. The crystal did not exactly answer all questions. Okay, it had like a specific desire that it wanted. Right now, there was Costas who kind of succumbed, was being consumed by the crystal, and was saved. However, they were debilitated, and they still are. They still have remnants of what happened to them. Their hair, torn, kind of dissolved, right, revealing the skin. The skin still needs to be healed. Their armor is unusable at this point. And their strength, they're lethargic. So when they were in an unconscious state, there was an entity that came to Costas and gave you some information in attempts to be like, hey, look, I can cure you of this, but I can't do it here. Right? And actually said and stated that the twin crystal of the other world was a part of itself. I'll actually kind of use the language of relic or seed, quote unquote. And when it said that, it had a kind of a notion that it did not have any control over its unconscious desires, its unconscious being, right? It just does what it does. It gave you information, said Isle of the Blessed, Felgum, Well of the Nine Realms. Gave you that information right there. Now, if you go to the continent map, you can see the Isle of Blessed is marked off the coastline of the west of the continent outside of Cedric Bay. And you imagine that that is where Felgum would be, and in Felgum, the Well of the Nine Realms. Beyond that, the entity referred to itself as an enemy of Damodar. And that was what it used to bring trust to it. All right, well, we're in the labyrinth, we're in the maze, we're working through the puzzles. We have just discovered here in these kind of acrobatic lava chambers, these rectangular chambers with lava that's far down from these rocky protrusions, and these different sorts of things that you would use to acrobatically get across, like pillars, handholds, like poles extending out, ringlets and things, or circlets. So we had bats, created the bats, sending the bats across. There are more than just this bat, but we didn't want to populate the map full of bats. So what this bat had figured out, and courtesy of the sleight of hand check, was that there is some sort of issue when you take the key off. All of a sudden, there's a rumbling and a shaking, and things aren't quite safe. And then, on the sleight of hand check, put the key back on top of this metal chest filled with to the brim with gold. Just place the key on top, and the rumbling has subsided. So that is kind of where we ended it in a very loose thing, because we hadn't obtained any of the keys in here or any keys in general. And so we have kind of concluded that. Now, there was a creature inside of the acid. That creature has been vanquished, but we have not actually navigated further into those chambers. So we've kind of been touching a little bit on these two areas, and we haven't fully kind of delved into them. I would say 3 areas with the wells as well. We haven't fully delved into those yet. You all can continue.
I don't like this.
Yeah, there's a lot of traps here.
I think we need to get out of here. This is a waste of time. It's distracting us.
Yeah,
Distracting us from what?
Look at Costas. He is basically broken. We heard that there are 3,000 of those things. And I don't want to still be here when they're done fighting whatever they're fighting.
Do we feel like we accomplished what we needed to in this area? Or do we feel we came in here, fucked around, did nothing, and we're gonna leave broken?
I mean, our objective is to fight a lich, isn't it? Or is it to find these door openings? Because do you think we can honestly fight a lich at this level?
I mean, I think we found enough that maybe we could just go back. I mean, we're not heading back empty-handed. We have a lot of information, like a lot of information. We can come back later. Yeah, I mean, we're not exactly looking like we're in a good situation.
Right. And totally on board. I just want to kind of, like a little bit of a, I don't know, fiend's advocate here. That we led to attack on the Lord and the keep because we told them Damdar where they were at, and we used the excuse that we needed to get out of town to get ahead of Damdar to come here to get this place, and we've really done nothing but find information, and we're gonna bring that back. But like, hey, hopefully you guys are okay and all, but we now have, I don't know, a broken paladin and very little actionable intel.
I
I'm
mean,
not saying we go back to Othema. I'm just saying we get out of here.
I'm for going back to Athema, and if we do, I mean, we can say that we did get actionable intel, and I mean, there are only 5 of us. So what's better, that we go back with some moderately useful intel, or that we don't go back at all because we died here?
Yeah, sure. Definitely, follow the group. Just kind of checking in and seeing what we accomplished here, because I don't know.
Well, we've gained some information. We've gathered it in the stone. We know what we need to do. Maybe we just take a rest, get our minds cleared, and figure out where we go from there. I mean, she's not wrong. We do have a broken paladin, So
What was on the other 2 areas?
I really don't think that continuing to explore in here to find who knows what is the right course of action. I'd rather go through what I know than what I don't know.
I have. I would say I would try something. I'll have all the bats ferry you all back across into the hallway, and I'll send one of the bats down to a chest to grab the key and see if it can make it back here.
but if it drops the key in the lava, we lose a key.
And what if we need all 4 of them?
I'll have it grab gold then.
Maybe I watch the bat and your bat grab it and I can teleport it back here before it dies by lava. And then I'll try to make a run for it.
Sounds good. You got it, buddy.
Well, I would say I was gonna wait over here with my bat. If, the one lifting the key, the rumbling happening, if these chambers fill up with lava, then it's easier for me and one bat to cross over than me and me and Othala and everything else ferrying across trying to outrun lava.
Yeah, totally cool. Why do we need that stuff?
I don't know.
We don't. It's just shiny.
Well, I'd rather try to get coin that's not trying to kill me, but I want to let Reg do his good university try, and we'll move on.
I just don't know if we might need all of the pieces. But
I mean, we can always come back.
yeah, it's definitely a plan. We can head out and come back.
So, come back later, or try something now.
I think leave now and come back later. I'm usually ready to do whatever the group wants to do. I'm leaving.
I'll have issue orders to Thais back to ferry her across,
Okay.
and then everyone else's bats to ferry them if they're wanting to leave.
Okay. Is everyone leaving? You can move your own tokens across. For now, Dirty Joe's token will be removed from no. You push to the north side, coming into the central chamber. Due north of you through the tunnel that ascends a little bit of ways, roughly 60 to 90 feet or so. You'll be reaching that lake that was sitting in the center point of that deep, steep ravine, this valley, the gorge of the waterfall. So you're in a space that's here in the darkness. You're out of the area. You do know that the levers themselves control the portcullis gates, so you can actually use them to shut the gates too, and that there are no levers on the other side of those gates. Now that you're here and in space, are you going further out of this area, or are you staying here?
I believe we're heading up.
Yeah, I'm going back the way I came.
Okay. So, is there any point in this we're leaving? Are you stopping at any of these spaces? The entry hall, any of the tunnel work? Right? Or are you trying to get out of this place completely? Like, I want it out of the mountain, back to the snow.
Once we get out to the lake where Othala's familiar got, vaporized by the barrier, Reg will send one of the spare bats up to see if it's a magic barrier, if it's still intact. If it's not, then if I have the bats fly everyone out of the crevice. If it is, then back the way we came in.
Okay. I got you. Okay. So we don't need I'm not going to transition the map. Not a whole use to that, so we can theater of mind as we transition away. So you're coming out 60 to 90 feet or so in the ascension. You come out in the area on that shelf of rock covered in snow and ice. The water around you continues to flow. Again, there's no current at the surface. The chain upwards to your left, about 20 or so feet up, right? You see the tunnel that you kind of emerged from prior, entering into the space. At the center point, you see the brass bowl, obviously empty, as you took that stone. And then the waterfall at the north side feeding down into the gorge or ravine, and then that kind of crests through, filling the lake. So you send a bat upwards in the direction of where the familiar, and as soon as it flies up, pretty relative to that same elevation, which is just about 100 or so feet up, a plus to that, it hits into a barrier. And upon that, the same pattern of these arcane runes begin to erupt from that epicenter as they kind of spiderweb outwards. And as that hits, it dissolves. Like it hits and then just vanishes into a plume of dazzling little lights. Almost as if it's been maybe dispelled. Or perhaps there has been some wall of force. It's difficult to tell what exactly that is. It definitely is a barrier, and it definitely has the possibility of destroying or killing a magical creature.
Seeing those runes twice, would I be able to try to cut down and figure out what it is more, or is it just could be all three?
It as far as the type of magic, so you're wanting to know like what magic that is that's erupting. Okay. So the particular magics that you saw as far as the runes were concerned were abjuration and were conjuration. And so those two runes are what is erupting. And it's the same pattern. So exactly what you saw etched into the bedrock of this lake, of the smooth stone, of the lake floor, that's the same pattern that's imitated.
Oh, goody. Dome's still there.
Seems like this whole place is abjuration and conjuration infused with it.
Well, to either we go back down, try to find a way out, or back the way we came in. There's our options.
Back the way we came.
And it's just take the route we know. Head out to the gate.
Oh,
Hopefully the trolls aren't there.
I'll have the bats carry us up to the elevations instead of having to climb around.
Okay. Sounds good. So you're going to be using the bats, if you will. Okay. All right. So I'm just going to go ahead and transition us after the period. I'll do a narration, right, as we're progressing through, so we're not spending too much time. Eventually get into the tunnels. You're working through. You don't see any signs of disturbance using stealth, maybe, and just perceiving up ahead there. You also don't see anything coming towards you. It's relatively undisturbed. You don't see any tunneling of the creatures as well, so there's nothing that has kind of protruded from the earth of the tunnels. Now, when you emerge using that really tight crevice, which the bats can't assist with, the large-sized bat cannot actually go further up into the entry hall of the place that we kind of observed the ghosts, right? And they led us into that hole, the central elevator. There is not any way that a bat could fit into that space. So at that point, you'll have to kind of lose. In addition, it's been a decent amount of time, which I'm actually traverse the time clock a little bit here. That the
they would have dispelled.
Yeah, they would have dispelled. So we wouldn't have anything to work off of, anyways. So that though is not a difficult climb. It's not something that's challenging. There's no roll needed to do that. There's plenty of foot and hand holds still putting your back towards the rock. However, some of it has been disturbed. So you're noticing that some spots might be tighter, others more wider as you're moving through. Still keeping your perceptions alert, right? Still trying to listen to see if you hear any of the creatures above. You don't. Nothing. And eventually you come up into the blackness, into the darkness of space, and you look around. And you can see black kind of ooze around, like black piles of like ooze every so often. And then shatters of these tiny skulls about. The ghosts don't emerge, and you're left into the darkness of space. As you kind of look at a surrounding area with your dark vision, and maybe moving a little bit further just to get a better sight range out of that central elevator position, you begin to see the many and multitude of tunnels that have been formed and then cascaded like broken, as if they've closed the tunnels and went back through them. And you're noting that there is hundreds of them upon hundreds of them all around these holes. But you don't see any of the creatures.
Yeah, I'd like to carefully make my way through this chaos, I guess, out to the main golden doors.
Okay. Yeah, I just didn't notice anything. You try to be like, "Hey, friends!" Right, Felix? Are you all up here? Or anything like that. So you begin to make your way out in the direction of that light. You can actually observe it in the darkness of space over to the bridge, which is through the small atrium area, has the two kind of staircases that have been toppled and destroyed down, going to the two towers on either side, and now you're to the bridge. I'm assuming everyone's following.
Real quick, as we were like walking, I'll just like take out my dagger. If I poke the ooze, does anything happen?
You poke the ooze and nothing happens. It seems to be very, it's still very viscous in a way, so it's clinging just a little bit, but it kind of just slides off. There's no acidic nature or property to it. It could just be some sort of kind of ectoplasm, perhaps, from a spiritual creature of some kind.
All right, I'll just walk away. I'll follow.
I was gonna, are you gonna I pull out a glass vial. Collecting.
I was, but I was. I
You
don't have a glass
can,
vial.
if you
I only
want.
have a water skin. I don't know if I can fit it in a water skin.
You
Can
could
I?
put it in a water skin, but
So I'll
you know,
try to, put a dagger little by little, put a little bit in there.
Yeah,
if I
you're
can.
you're definitely the collector. I'm surprised you're not playing like a ranger, but this is for magical purposes here.
Yes.
All right,
I'm figuring something out for my friend.
all right. I'm gonna put half a pound worth inside of the water skin. Just putting a placeholder item in so we know what it is. All right. I'm going to go and activate that map now as you all begin to press forward towards the bridge. So, as you come to, it is the darkness, right? So you're in the evening at this point. You can see that there is no light outside of the Golden Gates. The Golden Gates are still open. And as you begin to trudge forward, you hear the cackling and laughter of two trolls.
Thea, what are
Oh, you're back. Yes. What did you find out there, little one?
Ghosts,
Ghosts.
undead things, some
Ooh.
bugs.
Oh, where are you going? What'd you find? More shinies?
Yes, lots of shinies down at the bottom.
Oh, lots of shinies at the bottom.
Yes.
We've been trying to break into these golden, beautiful things. Become quite challenging. Say, that hammer of yours, it will become quite useful. Can I have it?
He'll point to his warhammer. This one?
Yes, that one.
No.
Why not? Don't you want shiny things too?
But I need this hammer.
For what? Is it more important than shinies?
Little bit, yes.
Perhaps I'll just eat you and take it from you. Then it will be mine.
I mean,
What say you, Buck? Turns and smiles around. Smells the air. Maybe.
Today has not been a good day for all of us. Maybe let's not resort to violence.
There's nothing violent about it. Just me getting hungry and seeing a plump, fat little thing. It's yummy. It's so yummy, isn't it, Buck? Look at it. Aren't you
If you
well
keep
fed?
talking like that,
Mm.
you're gonna have a problem.
What? There's no
Said if you
problem
keep
here.
talk- Then don't make one.
Roll intimidation. All right, fine. Buck, come on. Find more shiny
you go.
things we can get. Come on. Trolls begin to trudge forward, heading north.
Hope Thruzgoal eats them.
I hope one of those bugs eat them.
I don't think they can fit down the hole though.
Too bad for them.
Okay, so you walk out of the Golden Gates, streams on either side, these rivers on the other side, cascading down with the waterfalls, continuing. Same as they were before, nothing has changed in the space. You're also looking maybe for fresh footprints, other things that you observe. With the snow falling down, nothing is new. So you're able to find some of your entrenched boot prints underneath the fresh snow layer as well as the creatures, but no other creature that's bipedal or quadrupedal or any sort of footsteps has come through. You're outside.
So where are we going now? Back to Athena?
Are we
I would say-
pitching camp at Fort Farron?
I think we should head in that direction. They might have something that will help cost us out.
Costas is gonna try to probe his memory and see, like, how developed Fort Farron is. Like, would they have like merchants there, or is it more of just a military installation?
Fort Farron is not just a military installation. The Fort Farron is actually a town or a village that is built adjacent to a fort. So the fort is actually attached to it. The fort was original. The town and village has just blossomed. Fort Farron is actually a notable place. It is essentially the crossroads. It is built on a crossroad of roads. It maintains the Farron Bridge that traverses across the Farron River, and the family Farron or House Farron was the original house to create and maintain this place. No longer occupy their manor, but they still have property there, and farmland homesteads dot and scatter the entire northern Gorn Valley and rely upon Fort Farron not only for its protection, but also as a source of trade. So there's a blacksmith there, there's a Fletcher there, there's a tavern there, there's training grounds, there's 2 different stables, one of the keep stables and also public stables. It's fully functioning. You all are currently in the evening. So, and based on your journey thus far, you are tired, you are fatigued, you have spelunked. So, my suggestion would be maybe try to find a place to camp. Obviously, not on the island or the median here that goes through the Twin Rivers, but to attempt to get through that crossing first, through the river, because you already have established pittance and rope. Get through that, no check needed, and then to make a camp off into the forest. That would be my suggestion. Based
Yeah,
on
that's what I was gonna suggest that because
That's the
you
best
said
plan.
that the middle area doesn't have a lot of like trees and stuff, right?
there's no cover at all. It's a
Yeah,
kind
there's
of a
no
flat
cover, and
land. It's a
I wouldn't. Yeah,
Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and transition us onto the continent map. There's no reason to have us onto that map any further. So we can put us onto this. So we can just do Theater of Mind. You begin to march in the direction of south on that rampart. Eventually, after a decent period of time, after you have marched and walked in the southern direction, you can see the rivers now joining together. That is where you have your rope your climber's stuff situated. So you begin to take that, working down and then up. After that happens, right, you have to kind of traverse through the cold and frigid water. It's not, like as I stated before, for you all, not something that's difficult. We can remove the water, right, even remove clothing. And then you get into the trees roughly about 15 to 20 minutes after that to get in some good cover of shrubbery and whatnot. The snow continuing to fall and the wind howling, but there's plenty of places that you can actually set up a hammock in the trees or join them in the trees, set up a tent maybe, right, if you have that, even shovel the snow back, getting some kind of flat ground, making a fire is presentable here, and it's a decent spot to camp. It's leveled off. It's just kind of a slow, steady snowfall with a touch of wind through the trees. I'm also going to go ahead and cease the stream as that is too far. You do not hear it.
I'll take first watch if no one else will.
Well, I'll be up, so I'll stay up with you. I'm gonna set up an alarm ritually.
Okay.
I'm gonna be doing some studying.
I will cook some food for our little camp.
Okay. All right. My question here is, Regmore, do you still have the blue gemstone?
I have it.
Thea does.
Thea, you begin to hear a voice in your mind. You have left. Where are you going?
I'm not going to answer.
Don't answer after a pause of roughly 30 to 40 seconds. So be it, mortal weaklings. So be it. And the voice leaves you.
I think Tresgall's mad at us.
He spoke to you about it?
Called us mortal weaklings, so I would say anger is high on the list.
Well, yeah, it's all reason to be angry, but it's not really our concern. We agreed to maybe help him. We didn't really give him our word on anything, to be honest. I mean, do we really think an elder worm is gonna help us out against Damodar?
I don't know if even we can help us out against Damodar.
Well,
I don't even know if going against Damodar is the right decision.
well, as of right now, we have a couple leads. We have things we can do, you know. We are these chosen ones, and there are some dragons that are running amok. We have refugee dwarves, you know. We have that dragon that Greg was talking about. That might be a lead. He did say it didn't want to be doing anything. That might actually help us out with what's going on. If we find a dragon that's not untrustworthy or evil, it might be a good thing.
I don't know. I'm just tired of being a pawn. It seems like you can't escape from it.
Well, if life is a game of chess, try to win.
I have been. lately not doing so hot.
Well, if you ever need to talk or need help, we're all here for you. I know Joe, Reg, and I are here. You know.
Yeah, maybe one day I'll take you up on that.
Yeah, don't worry. No detect thoughts. Whatever you want to talk about.
It's a baby.
He's a baby.
drinking bottle. Mmm, that must be good. So I used to tell my daughter, the baba is life. Oh.
Alright, well, if you excuse me, I got some more studying to do. I'd like to research, well, not research, more like try to identify the properties of the ectoplasm and the beholder stalks, if I can.
Oh, okay. You can make an Arcana check. Just make a flat Arcana check at this point. Okay. 12 Arcana. Okay. So it feels that there is a new combination, most likely virtualizing detect magic. There definitely feels, or even identify, right? It definitely feels like there is some inherent or innate magic in the stocks themselves. But it's very dwindled. Similar to that, if you had a full flame and then someone kind of choked the oxygen from the flame. And it's been like that for so long that that's how it is now, regardless of what you imagine you can do. You would have to break these down, you'd have to get a lot of them, and then even then, you might only get a fraction of what this stock could actually do. Just what this creature could do, right? So it's not entirely useful in that regard, unless you're able to increase its potency somehow. Now, the ectoplasm is like a spectral ectoplasm. It comes from an amorphous figure. It does not resemble that much of a humanoid shape, albeit more like a blob. And it seems to have some properties to it that form kind of solid spikes. So if you actually probe it a little bit with kind of some heat and other sorts of other things, it actually kind of forms like rigid structures from that, spikes and other sorts of things. But there is no magic inherent to the ectoplasm. Might make a good rubber insole to a shoe.
So, probing it with some fire creates a ripple effect to create spikes.
Correct. Like if you put
And-
energy into it, yeah.
Okay, and the lift rock that we found is immune to fire, right?
Correct.
Okay, okay. I think that would be the basis of my studying for the night.
Okay.
Write those in my book. Got an idea.
Okay. Going through your book, jotting down your research in your articles, getting steps further in your advancements. Science. Is there anything else anybody would like to do?
Point of the night, I would write in the book.
You write more in your book? About the chosen.
Yeah. Not sure if entering is what I thought it was. Seems to be a lot of going in places and being confused and then leaving those places and making bad choices. More to come. Should explore this more. Then he falls asleep while writing it.
All right. All right. With that,
Right, as-
go for it.
Once like Dirty Joe and everyone else on, they with all those watch, noticing everyone else going to sleep, Reg will approach them with some stew, Do you two have a moment to talk?
Or
So, I asked the stone, or that crystal thing, um, what it is that Damodar was seeking. And I got a vision.
continue.
Do y'all know that village beach that we appeared at from before we met the giants?
Yeah,
Yes.
with the fighting.
I was shown that village before we appeared there. Roughly at the some entity thingy led me to a house with the boy that the elf lady took. And got to see his mother, and the town was relatively nice until the Telthar soldiers showed up and were searching for someone. His mother said it was him, and then the soldiers in there started to kill off the villagers that resisted. The elf lady said that she was sent from Magello to protect them.
Like a chosen?
Possibly. I don't know. But the boy's mother was a sorcerer or wizard or some magic user, and they chased him through the town out to the beach, and I saw us appearing there. So we we were really there whenever this was.
And you saw this in response to your question of what is Damodar seeking?
Yes.
Seeking the boy, the town.
It's either the boy or he's seeking to bring back the town. I don't know.
Well, was this vision centered upon the boy, the individual himself, and then it stopped when we returned, or was it panning over the entire village?
More centered on following the boy and his mother, and then their escape from the village.
What was the exact moment that this vision ended?
When we appeared,
Yeah, I'd strongly say it'd be the boy.
So Damodar is seeking this boy?
or he's the boy. Cause didn't Damodar say something about he won't forgive the Telthar when we first met him at the dragon?
Are you talking about the encounter with Ithrin?
Yes. I don't know if he said Joe made mention of it, but I don't know if that actually happened.
Damodar had stated, quote, end quote here. You speak a prophecy in my presence, you dare question me. They killed my mother over prophecy. They decimated the land for it. I do this to defy it.
Copy.
Yeah, he might be the boy. He possibly could be after the boy. We don't have enough information on that vision, honestly.
Yeah, there's not really a lot to go off of.
I think the only individual, it's unfortunately Mikey isn't here, might be able to add an opinion to it. And I'm going to try to fill that role just a little bit. I'm not going to role play in their voice. So, fill the opinion that the crystal to them did not give them exactly what it was that they had requested. It was, in terms of who you choose, like, will determine the fate of the world, right? Was the voice that kind of came out to them. And that wasn't specific in that response, right? That was not cryptic or vague. That just seemed that maybe the crystal didn't know. And so it gave the possible choice of what could be. In that way, it could fill a void here for you, Regmore, and also all of you trying to interpret the vision that Regmore had had. And that the crystal was trying to interpret your request and give it to you in respect to the dimension of time.
And he couldn't make it out. It was like not an amorphous figure, but like a humanoid looking figure with like spectral energy of some sorts.
Yeah, so amorphous simply means a shape that is moving, right? It's not filling a specific shape. So this creature resembles like a beast, right? Where it has an elongated torso, larger arms, kind of like a gorilla in that way, right? We have kind of a shorter back legs and that's being a quadrupedal. However, it had still a face and a jaw, right, to your kind of transitional elongated jaw and face. It was cackling, and that's where the amorphous comes from, because it was fluid with a purple and pink lightning around it, right? So this seemed to be the same lightning that you had observed from the crystal and also from someone else. So it's starting to fill a very similar pattern, right? There's a pattern with that, the crystal, and someone else. That was there in addition to Damodar 2. And then a world came up, which, imagined to be your own, began to splinter and crack. That there needed to be a choice that you will have to choose to determine the fate of the world. So that fulfills what the request was made, and that cannot give you what it is that it might not know. It cannot give you what it is that could be fluid. When we think about looking ahead in time, or even in the past, right? That based on decisions of self-awareness and freedom of choice, those will always change time. And that is what the crystal had and showed, was that it was giving an answer the best that it could, relevance to what was happening now, which seemed to be rather up in the air. So it gave you bits and pieces of information to try to identify, figure out that answer for yourselves.
Yeah, that might put things in a different perspective. If Joe is saying that you're saying the crystal said to make a choice, is it also telling us we might have to choose between helping Damodar?
Helping, stopping, aiding, right? Who knows? Just had the two objects, two figures, I should say, world. And so I think if Mikey was here, we had Dirty Joe actually here, I think his vision would probably explain and help the fact that what Regmore had cannot be taken extremely literally. It has to be taken with there's something that the crystal was trying to convey to achieve the answer for my request. Of my request. I should say. Getting real deep around this campfire. Stare into the flames.
Well, I'll just say, guys, I think we should take these visions with a grain of salt. You know, it was a crystal in the middle of a cave. Even though there's a lot of magic, we should just, if it comes true, it might come true. If not, it won't. Because time is fickle, and we don't know what can happen.
I agree. We don't have enough information, concrete information, to make a decision either way. To interpret this in any way. It's good to keep it in mind, I think. But we shouldn't formulate our opinions based on it.
Yeah, world-ending prophecy. Let's first try to make it to the next town before that.
So where are we planning on going next?
I'll pull out the map. Seems
Okay.
like Fort Aaron is the closest place. Probably a good spot to get some armor for our little paladin over there.
Well, I have some ideas on how to help him. Like I was telling Reg earlier, I kind of feel bad for him. You know, look at him. He's sleeping on his pillow so peacefully after they just took all his strength from him. I want to give him a gift back. This is his first adventure. He deserves a reward.
He did a good job down there. He did a good job in Othema.
Experience is its own reward.
Yeah, but you know,
Presents are nice.
he needs some help now. You should look out for him.
Mm-hmm.
So are we avoiding Athema for the time being, letting them just have their own thoughts about us? Because we do have a reward waiting for us over there.
Yeah, I still have matters to attend to and nothing though.
I think they might be a little suspicious of us considering we left in a hurry in the middle of an attack.
I mean, the Lord was pretty accepting of us, even when we were suspicious of him. He just asked for some information. He did kind of rob us of our items with that. We were in his crypt, so I get it. But it's a 50-50 thing. I'm not too suspicious on him. Maybe he might be upset with us, but I don't think it would be too bad if we explain ourselves. Plus, you know, Costas has his whole family over there. That can be a help for us.
It's possible. I still think Fort Farron is a little bit closer to where we are right now.
Yeah, we go to Fort Farron. Maybe hear if they're talking about anything in Athema, if any news is spread. If not, then I guess it's
Yeah.
good. If we don't find any wanted posters with our faces on it, I think we're in the clear.
Okay. Sounds like y'all have a plan.
Yep.
All right.
Reg will leave them, bid them a good night, and then go get some rest. And
Okay.
try to wake up early before most people.
Okay. I don't know how it's not gonna work. I mean, you have an elf in your party here. That's just straight.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
I mean,
just
wake
stares
up.
next to you as you wake
Yeah.
up early. Sneak out. I'm also not stealthy at all, right? You're crunching through the stuff. Everyone's trying to sleep. Faces staring at you. Oh, I love it. So great. All right. Well, at this point, the campfire is put out. The wind continuing. The snowfall is also continuing. You all can go through a long rest at this point, waking up at about 8 o'clock or so with the sun piercing through the overcast. The creatures and other things that maybe have came out this way or could have come out this way have not. You might have heard the occasional wolf howling in the distance in the mountains or so, but there has not been anything to really bother you per se. Maybe a wolverine making its way, sneaking across, but there's nothing monstrous and giant or large or dire that exists this far down in elevation. Remember that for Silthrock, to get to that place, you didn't actually have to get too high in elevation, considering how massive these mountains are. So creatures, unless they're looking for really small game to feed on, which would be really strange, they wouldn't be here. So you fully rest up, getting your health, hit points back, and then your spells and features and everything. And then Thea, you see Regmor rising earlier than everyone else, crunching through the snow. Regmor, what are you doing?
What are you doing?
Give me a second. I'm fighting an angry baby.
I feel like we have to name the group. This group has to be named at this point, Baby Squad, or something related to babies. It has
So
to
many
be.
children in this list. Like so many children. People children's group is ridiculous.
The fact that you two both have babies right now and you're both holding them at the same time is just so comical to me. I love it. My heart
Baby
so full.
geniuses.
Baby geniuses.
Baby
The
genius.
babysitters.
The baby.
The babysitters.
It's pretty good.
Actually, I think Thea is the only like babysitter of the party right now. But
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
That's true.
Regmor, what are you doing?
He was helping an angry
back.
baby.
Yeah, he did not want to be held. And
Oh. Okay. Let's get the baby down. Fantastic.
coming out, look to walk over to Athala. After looking at the map from what Thea showed him last night, have a general direction where Fort Farron may lie. I have to go do something.
I'm up, right?
Yeah, you
Watching
trance. Of course you're up. You're awake. You're staring. You'd also know Regmor was up anyways, because as a trance,
Yeah.
you're not like full out of sleep. So just like
I mean,
staring. You're literally just staring at Regmor snaking away.
I
Is he-
said,
is he
what are you
whispering?
doing? I said, what are you doing to him?
Yeah, Regmor, are you responding to that?
Oh, sorry, I had the screaming baby.
Yeah.
At that.
Yeah.
I have to go check on something.
What exactly?
Don't get mad.
You haven't seen me mad, so try me.
Reg will reach into the bag of holding and take out the coin, and then give the bag of holding to Othala.
You're gonna contact Damodar.
Away from all of you, yes. I will fly far enough away so he doesn't have where we're at, or but I guess it doesn't matter. He knows where this fort is.
Why are you putting yourself in danger like this?
You'd be awake too, Felix, at this point. Regbar's not.
Yeah, fuck that.
What he said.
Costas, you'd be awake now too.
Costas practically limps out of his tent. It looks like he's the most hungover person in history. Not because he's drunk alcohol, the moment he got to the tent, he collapsed. He's had a long day. What's going on out here?
Reg, I
Can somebody please-
appreciate you trying to do something to help us. But I have found that being one of many is more beneficial than being one of one. That is the only reason I am still with you. Because I am now one of many. And that keeps me alive. If you go off on your own, your chances plummet.
I just don't want you to be like this guy, and I'll pull the dwarven skull out. Like,
Well, seeing Damodar has the capabilities of annihilating all of us and he didn't in Othema.
I told you, my theory on this is that he can annihilate us at any moment, but why give him opportunity when
Yeah.
we're not there yet?
Hey, Reg, I'll let you do it. But can I see the coin first and make sure it's not trapped?
No.
Why not?
I gave a stone up. This was a gift from Damodar to me. It's in my possession.
Yeah, you're not holding on to that. I don't know why you guys keep giving the dangerous stuff to the guy who's really reckless. That's really dumb. Why are we doing that?
We didn't give this to him.
We didn't give it to him. It was given to him. Reg, I'm
Reg.
just saying it's dangerous, man. It's
You hear me said it's a gift from Damodar.
Oh, yeah.
gift?
No, I heard that. Reg,
Our enemy.
Reg,
it's a gift from
Reg
them.
clearly doesn't understand that enemies often appear as angels. Almost consistently, in my experience. But you're a grown dwarf. I'm not your babysitter. If you want to go die alone, go die alone.
But
And
leave
I'll
the
start
coin here, 'cause
packing
that's
up
super
my stuff.
dangerous.
I think I heard something about this in Paladin School. What was it called? Self-preservation. I don't think Regmore has that.
Paladin school would teach self-preservation. I think that would be really comical and not accurate, but okay.
I think it'd be a damage. So.
I'll take it. It's fine.
Clearly, Costas failed that class.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Solid.
I think I understand it. But if my teacher says I don't have it, I don't think Regmore does either.
do you really want to go through this? I think we should just sleep on it. It's not anything that needs to be done right now. What do you want to speak to Damodar about? Maybe if you explain your position to us, we can understand more. It's just we don't understand why you would want to do this in any regard. Like, I get the visions you had. We had that talk yesterday, but it's not worth it.
Why is it not worth it?
if you die, what does that mean? Or if Damodar, if you don't die and Damodar is not even giving you information, you're just having a date with Damodar, what is that worth right now?
You're being really nice with that, Atala. You know, I'm a whole like, why do you want to talk to our enemy alone? That's really weird.
Well, according to Joe's vision yesterday, Damodar, the visions are telling weird things, and the way Greg is kind of seeing is that maybe Damodar might be painted in a different light if we look at these a different way. But gaining that information from Damodar won't help us, Reg.
You'd have to have a third party, you know, validate that.
Well, since we've been here, Damodar and Chris has been the only one willing to talk with us and give us any limited information as it has been.
But that information specifically plays into what he wants us to know.
You talk about Sir Douchebag?
You realize that? I could tell you right now that I'm the Princess of Temeria. Do you believe me?
Yes.
You're a princess?
That's my point.
Look,
No.
Faustus
I-
collapses.
I understand the risk in talking to him.
Do you, though?
But as of right now, we're stumbling around in the dark. We're the chosen, but for what? What chaos are we stopping?
And you think that you're going to get those answers from Damodar, someone who has a lot of incentive to lie to you to get his own ends met.
I can offer two options. We have what Costas told us about the old one, that he did say that he's an enemy of Damodar, and we can possibly have a conversation with that person. Or, like you said, the dragon that is being mind controlled. Maybe if we get it from the source of what's happening, they might know more. We don't have to speak to our enemy as of this moment right now. Yes, Damodar might be something we don't know, but as of this moment right now, we're not on the same playing field. We're enemies. So we have to admit that if Damodar takes you right now, we lose. We're down a person. And he takes your stone or something can happen. I don't want that to happen to you, Reg.
So smart, Mr. Atala.
There is no good reason to trust really what anyone is telling us. Othala is correct. If we free this dragon that is being forcibly controlled by Damodar, which again, good people don't forcibly control other people. If we do that, and as a thank you, it is willing to give us information, that gives us more information on which direction we should head. I think it is going to be a very long time before we can trust even a fraction of what comes out of Damodar's mouth, a fraction of what comes out of Magello's mouth. I do not trust any of this. But the way to gather information is not to go talk to the person who, if he gets annoyed with you, is going to just disintegrate you right then. That's not what good people do. He might not be an enemy, but he is definitely not a friend.
If he wanted to disintegrate us, or me, or capture me, he had ample opportunity in Athena.
Maybe he just didn't feel like it then. You heard the way he was talking. This is a game to him.
And why not talk to him and find out more from him, lies or not?
Yes, Regmore, you are a mouse and he is a cat. And he is playing with you.
Never mind the threat to Regmore, and I know you all are concerned about that, but it's a risk to us, and I don't think that is fair or worthwhile to do it. So I think if you want to do that, then you got to go and you got to leave your stone. You know, that's not a play that I think we're comfortable taking.
Regmore, I like you. I don't want to see you dead. I don't want to see you take chances like that.
We have less riskier options to go at right now instead of putting yourself at danger or the party at danger, like Felix is saying. So there's ways we can go about this to gain information on Damodar, but I'm saying that getting information from him is not the best source.
It's the direct source.
The direct source isn't always the best source. Like I said, I'm the Princess of Temeria. That's a direct source. Is it the correct one? You tell me.
If Damodar was that boy,
If Damodar was that boy, he is seeking revenge. And I know a lot about that.
Why don't we just put a door?
I would. I'm not your babysitter, Reg. Like I said, I like you. I don't want to see you die, but I can't stop you from leaving if that's what you want to do. If that's what you want to do, though, you need to leave your stone because that is of use to this group.
Buddy, let's just do this another day, man. We can go after a different source. You don't have to go after Damodar. No one wants to see you leave. No one wants anything to happen to you or happen to us. Look at me. I've gained 2 pounds since I've been with you. You want this weight loss to go? I mean, this weight gain to go?
He's going to turn into a twig without you. You know it. What about me? I got to maintain these muscles somehow. You feed me 5 times a day.
all I was saying is I was going to travel away and meet y'all either on the road to Fort Fair or Fort Fair in itself.
Sure. Just give us your stone and then go ahead.
I don't think that's good either, because Damodar, let's think logical. Damodar, we don't know his capabilities. He can capture you, probe your mind, and then he knows everything about us, where we're at. It's even worse for us. And then it's even worse for you.
Totally agree, but you know this guy's gonna do what he wants to do anyways. He's done it. I've been with you guys for like 3 days. He's done like his own thing 4 times in the last 3 days. So you know, I don't know.
He's the puppet master. We're the puppets. We're dancing to his little tune right now. When he decides that he doesn't want to play with you anymore, he will get rid of you. That could be when you meet up with him this time. It could be 5 times from now. You don't know. Every action that you take puts this group in danger. Every single action that every single one of us takes can put this group in danger. If the group is saying that we don't trust it, upside down babies are distracting me.
Mine is super angry.
If the group is saying that we don't trust a situation and our consensus gets us killed, our bad. But at least we were united. If we keep going off and doing our own thing, we die faster.
Well, seeing Damodar knows this location. He stated he was preventing someone from finding something down there.
Red, your baby. Oh my! I mean, I could not hear you at all. Your baby was screaming so
Yeah, I know.
loud.
So mad. We're just
So-
talking in circles. It seems
Yeah,
that you
definitely.
have made up your mind as to what you're going to do, regardless of what the rest of us think, say, care about you, anything.
I will
So?
table talking to Damodar for the time until we run out of other options.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. So then, Regmore, you've decided not to do this.
I'm back.
Yeah, he BRB'd.
Oh,
He's back
BRB'd.
now, but
Okay,
he
you're
missed what
back.
you asked.
okay. So are you deciding to do this, or are you not?
Since he made the mistake bringing it to the party decision, they don't want him to, he'll stay.
So is that you saying that I'm just gonna wait until the party doesn't know, and then I'm gonna do it? Okay, well, we're just gonna take it. We're gonna take what we can get.
It's not off the table, he stated, until if we exhaust every other source or every other lead, he will go to Damodar.
Yep.
Okay. Well, I would probably say passively with insight from a few of you understand that after Rigmore has said that they've had enough of the conversation that they won't do this, that you can probably tell that they're not entirely telling the truth with what they're saying. So we're just gonna go from that, and we're gonna narrate. We're gonna fast track. So Fort Farron, that's where we're
Yep.
going. Fort
Fort
Farron,
Farron.
that's where we're going. Okay. So you begin to trudge off of this mountain, getting the hell off the snow level, and now we're actually entering into kind of the homesteadish farmland. Okay, so you're coming off of the mountainous terrain. You're coming into kind of rolling foothill, kind of homestead farmlands. There's many different structures that exist in mile radiuses, as they're single, two-story, rock-walled wooden structures, but they're vacant. So none of these buildings that you observe in the distance have any sorts of fires coming from their chimneys, and their fields as well haven't been kind of plowed or trimmed or cultivated, or however you want to frame it in the stage of this year, of this condition, fall, right, or autumn. The one observation upon trekking through a barren, empty field and on your way to get towards the Smallwood, which is where Dirty Joe is directing you, just got to get through the Smallwood and then we're going to reach Fort Farron. And so you're still in the farmland area, is that the actual land here is indented in many, many, many different places. With the snow, it's going to transition into rain, and with rain, it's strong rain. So it is deluge in this rain. This is the Gorn Valley, right? It rains 90+% of the time. Most of it's heavy rain, and so when you're coming through, you're actually in the dirt and the muck, if you will, through the farmland. You might be using a few of the roads or trails that are in for equipment that they pull through, and you can use those which are graveled, which allow you to not be in such muck. But something catches your eye with the fact that there's so many indentations, and now with the rain providing through and filling them, there are footprints, and there are thousands of them. Thousands upon thousands upon thousands of footprints have stretched through here, going in the eastern direction and going also in the western direction. As this land has been changed by the steps of medium-sized to small-sized bipedal humanoid creatures in the thousands. You look around, you don't see anything, right? You have mileage that you can cover with your eyesight. There's no trees to the west and to the south, I should say, at this stage. And so you have an idea that there's nothing around you. There's also no farmer folk. There's nobody occupying the houses. And now, looking at the houses and getting a little bit more detail, the houses are boarded up and the windows are nailed shut. This area around you, these homesteads and farms, have been evacuated, or the occupants have boarded themselves into the structures. So, you continue to Fort Farron, knowing that, hey, we're not in harm's way right now, but whatever the fuck comes through here it's a lot of shit. So, you're kind of moving through, maybe quickening your pace at this point, being like, maybe we don't want to get caught up in this area, and then you're now in the Smallwood. Okay, the rain is continuing in the Smallwood here, and I'm going to go ahead and give a description of what Smallwood looks like. 1 second. Cycle through my notes and pull something else up. So the Smallwood is a deciduous forest, and it is filled with small and medium-sized game. There are flowers and vegetation that flourish here, and there are many different creeks and other sorts of streams that pass through this on their way to the Farron River, right? It's fed from the mountainside, and that kind of alludes to the irrigation that a lot of the farms might use, in addition to how full the river gets as it passes into the marshes of Unveiling. The inside of the forest, now that it's grassed and shrubbed and flowered and other sorts, you are having difficulty making out the steps of the creatures, as they might be disguised in camouflage. But with a decent scan and a look, you can still see them, and also the destruction that these creatures leave behind. As if 1,000 little tiny mice went through, right, and stepped into a home, right? You'd find tons of droppings and other sorts of clues that they've been in here, and that is exactly what you're observing. Shrubs have been pushed and broke, some of the limbs, flowers have been stomped on at certain times, they haven't come back, suggesting that the activity of this back and forth from the thousands of creatures happens at least once a week at this point. Nothing around you poses a threat. Keeping your perceptions alert and moving through with haste in the direction of Fort Farron, you make way into the Smallwood and find a bits and pieces of safe haven. This area is exactly that. Occasionally you find a couple hunters, individuals from Fort Farron, that have longbows, short bows, on their backs as they're kind of pitching themselves up from nearby grassy knoll across a scape of open area where there is no trees, looking in your direction, and they hold up a hand, showing you that they're there and they're not game, right? Don't fire upon them, such thing. As they do, they have a couple different hairs dangling down from the shoulders and the rope, and suggesting that they're going out here to hunt. So it gives another step in the direction that you are indeed safe. Now, after time has passed, this journey is challenging, given the fact that you've come off of the mountain through the farmland. It's easier, and then into a forest. You're kind of transitioning from difficult back to regular to difficult. But fortunately, Dirty Joe, and being a ranger with their favorite terrains, you actually can move through here quite normally in a quickened pace. So I'm going to go ahead and transition the time frame here roughly to late afternoon, almost into evening, was most likely when you can get to Fort Farron at a quickened haste. Right, and so at this end of the day, you will be fatigued, so you can't exactly press further on, but you have now reached essentially the lumber area of Fort Farron. This is where we're going to go ahead and activate that map. I also will configure it so it's always accessible. All right, make sure the stream view is there. So you're coming in from the northwest side. You're pressing through the deciduous forest, which at this point is starting to change color, right, and lose the leaves because we're in autumn. And you can hear the sounds of audible, like a timber, right, kind of sawing, large motions of kind of machinery moving around as you're coming in on that side. Eventually, you prop up to the tree line, and you can see the actual lumber mill, the timber area here of the fort. Description of that really quick, just very, very briefly. There is a total of kind of 4 to 5 structures, one of which is much smaller. It's kind of like a shed or a barn style. Another one is a large warehouse. There is an observatory tower. There is a kind of a bell or horn of some kind on top of the tower. It's open to the elements and covered with straw thatching. There's a couple more smaller structures with pulley and hoist. They're kind of working through like assembly line structures. There's another one that seems to be more of like a kind of a dining hall-esque. There's individuals that needed a rest or a break and get some food, so there's kitchens in there and circular tables and benches and such. So you're kind of coming into that, and given the time frame, people are actually leaving. So they're kind of packing up their tools and their equipment from the trees as you're passing through them. They're walking back into the courtyard of the actual lumber company or the timber area, and then they're kind of gathering themselves together in groups, talking, kind of hashing out, having a simple, if you're getting done with your job, right, going up to your friends, being like, how was your day, kind of thing, walking back, let's get back into town together. There's no opening into the actual town from this side. There's no gates or anything, so they actually have to go all the way around following kind of a loosely rocked and dirt road lined with grass as well as sorts of flowers, and that's going to take them around towards the northern entrance of the town side of the fort. Okay, so as you're walking along that, kind of transitioning with everybody in this crowd, I'm going to go ahead and just continue to play kind of sound effects to imitate the sounds of what you're observing and things, and also lessen some of the forest sounds. The rain continuing through, they've worked through the rain. The wall is rather interesting in the way that the fort wall on the western and northern sides, which you can see, don't actually have any towers. And the eastern side of the fort wall, which is over here, right, facing the town, has been built up. They've reinforced it with additional towers that can be kind of climbed through. It has maybe an interior kind of mechanism that they can use to open the gates up. And there's many different cranes, and they're like in the process with masons and such to build up the wall. So they're spreading from the eastern wall, which they've completed, and now they're spreading to the north and the south, right, as they're working through on both ends. But the west and part of the north and part of the south have yet to be fixed up. And that wall itself is only 10 feet in height with a 2-foot cranial and has like kind of a loose rock stone stairs that are just completely open that lead up to the wall segment. So there's barely any sort of height to that wall, and it's not very well built, which might pose a problem if they're attacked. So you can see that they're in the process of that, but it's difficult to do that when you're being attacked, right? You can't upgrade, build up a wall at the same time that you're being attacked. And so they're doing the best they can with kind of growing and occupying as they go. Now, the actual walls of the town are reminiscent of the eastern side of the keep, right? They're about 10 feet tall. They're kind of river rock or brick stone that's been put together with grout, and it's been put up to a height of roughly 10 feet or so with a 2-foot cranial. There are guards that kind of walk along that. They wear chainmail that's loosely fit. They have no surcoats or tabards. Rather, they just have colorations of their clothes with green, with kind of a black checkered stripes to it. They don't have any sort of notable races that they're all at diversity there. And they also have different headwear and different clothes and different boots. They all seem to have heavy crossbows, bolts, battle axes, and shields. So they kind of have very similar in their armaments, albeit they're simple and they do appear to be worn down. So you're heading in the direction of the northern entrance here, and it's just a double winded door, semi-arched, that is open currently with 2 kind of observation postings. These towers themselves, these observation posts, they're really just 5 foot taller than the wall, and they're kind of anchored to it with their own independent staircases that can get up to them. They each have braziers, which are now lit, providing light as the sun itself is changing into the evening here. The rain continuing to build down. One of the guards on top of those observation tower is asleep. The other one's kind of awake, smoking a pipe, leaning against the brazier for warmth and just puffing it out. Nobody in a care at all as you enter in to the town, as you're with the crowd of workers here heading from the timber company. So the roads throughout the fort here, the town side and I would say the fort side as well, are cobbled with a small brick sidewalk. The alleyways are dirt and rock with parses of grass and shrubs. Smallwood trees, which are deciduous, right? They persist inside of this area, and they add some height to the maximum 2-story wooden and stone structured village or town. The only larger structures are newer buildings that they've built for the occupation of soldiers, essentially 3 to 4 story townhomes or apartment style barracks that they have built up on the outside of the keep, so the eastern side of that wall, that interior wall. There are temporary homes, and they're purchased by nobles that are kind of maybe they're emissaries or delegates to Othema Ismar, right? So they travel around a lot. So they rather sit vacant most of the year, and they're only really maintained by in-house servants, right? And those are filled inside of this town. There are many different individuals that are kind of mulling about. They are dressed in chainmail. They have weaponry. They're currently coming back from potential training. So they're kind of spilling in the direction of all of you as you proceed south on the road. And there's also dwarfs. And these dwarfs all have the same clan symbol upon their right shoulder pad or their shield or their chest. They also have very similar in their colorations. This clan, in what you have observed, is not Clan Alderfist, so they do not come from Thulnir, which poses a very interesting question of what clan they might be associated with. At this distance, you can't tell what the symbol is. You do know they have it, and then they're forming themselves into outcroppings of tents that are pitched in the alleyways or other sides of the roads. So it's very interesting that they would be down here, what clan they might be affiliated with. Now, the keep itself, you can't fully observe. It's a tall structure, but it's not incredibly tall. You might be looking at about 60 feet in its height, and it's more of a kind of a rectangular building that's made of solid brick stone with arrow slit for windows in the second or third floor, which, what could that entail? So you can't get too many details of what that is. But you're currently in the town, pouring down rain, and you come across a crossroads, right? Roads left, right, west or east, and you have options. Everyone at this point, the crowd, is fanning out, right? They're going to their own homes, and they're no longer formed themselves, and so you're kind of alone at this point to do what you wish to do.
So now that we're in town, should we check to see if our horses actually made it here?
You sent your horse here?
Well, I mean, we sent our horses to wherever they go. We hoped they'd make it here, or at least Othema.
You don't have like a call, a whistle, anything for your horse?
It's so loud it can be heard across town in the hopes my horse will come.
I don't know. Dogs can hear certain type of frequencies. I don't know if your horse can.
First things first, how about we find you a smithy so we can potentially get some armor commissioned,
Yeah,
get an
and
order in?
Also, probably stopping by the temple to see if there's anyone that can fix me up, and then I kind of like wave across my burnt face and severely damaged body.
Yeah.
Let's get a room, see if they have a inn somewhere, get settled, and see where everything else is at.
Okay.
Is there anybody standing outside, like while they were walking back to their houses? Could I stop somebody?
Yeah, I mean, you can stop somebody walking. Definitely someone from the timber company. You can also stop one of the soldier-esque individuals, or maybe even one from the Dwarven clans, another soldier that's from one of the dwarfs. So you can stop anybody that kind of just walking by you on their way homes or wherever they're going.
Yeah, I'll just ask if they could point me to the nearest inn. Anything.
Oh yeah, no, that would be the Lumpenstump Tavern. It's just to the south. You want to follow that road to the east, and then hook a right, and you'll get right there.
All right, thank you so much.
Can't miss
Have a
it.
good day.
Oh yeah, you're welcome. Have fun.
All right, guys. To the tavern, I guess.
To the tavern.
To the tavern.
To the tavern. Always. Never a dull moment.
Costas seems to visibly brighten up a bit at the mention of taverns.
Oh no. Oh god. All right. Sure. Okay. So you come to this tavern here. It's a humble 2-story wooden rock-walled tavern. Single wooden plank rickety door enters into the space. There is a straw thatching that covers over the entryway, as well as a corral that has fresh feed and water for wildlife, animals, essentially horses and things. You can kind of open the fencing and let them kind of roam into the space. The structure doesn't have a whole lot of height to it. It's straw thatched as well, and it's a little bit rained down, but there's light coming from within. There's light talking and kind of a little bit of laughter, and there's the smell of fresh food. It's somewhat inviting, especially since the journey you've had has been long and arduous. And that right there is a window. You're more than welcome to go through it, but this technically is the door on your left, which I've opened.
Go through the window, Felix.
More
I crawl through the window.
okay. Never a dull moment. All right, so coming inside, you can see that there's a common area. It's kind of riddled with small square tables, sunken bar, kitchen decently equipped with metal oven, cupboards, prep tables. Sunken area is about 3 feet below. Proximity of everything is rather small, except for the common area, which you imagine can have more tables, but there's just not really a need. Again, there's not a whole lot of patrons in here. A large rectangular banquet table sits on the eastern side nearby the roaring fireplace, providing light and warmth in the space. Even though you are in the Gorn Valley and it is warm, it still is going to get into the 40s at night, so you're going to need some warmth this far north in the valley. There's a staircase, in a sense, in the northeastern corner that is going to go up to the second floor, which you imagine would be the rooms to this tavern. Glass windows provide adequate light, as well as the lanterns upon each table and torches contained in sconces. These sconces are embedded into full-barked core wood pillars protruding up to the 9-foot ceiling of this single floor, this floor here. And you kind of have an idea that the tree might be alive, that perhaps it actually is still rooted into the foundation of the structure, based on the fact that it has like grooves of actual sap that are kind of forming down from it, providing almost like a natural barrier to it. Now, I don't have a particular map for the second story, so I'm just going to give you a description of that real quick. The second story has 10 moderate rooms with kind of a twin mattress, wardrobe, and chest, kind of a loose old bed frame to them, and they're very kind of small. There are 2 rooms that are slightly larger. They have a bigger bed. They also have private bathrooms and washrooms. The only bathroom exists in the spaces on the second floor, and it's a communal one, right? It's occupied by the entire bar as well as the rooms, and there's wash tubs in there as well to take a bath, make one for yourself. So as you come in, you have different folk here than you're used to. There's adventuring folk, there's traveling folk, there's townspeople that might have come in, maybe some nobles that have decided they needed to stop and get an ale on the road. There's a kind of an old male halfling with a wrinkly face and weathered features. His gray, wavy hair, slightly long, brown eyes, and kind of a beard full of gray. There wears a brown wool vest over a tan cloth shirt, and that has many different pockets upon it. A brown leather belt, matching trousers, and boots. They provide kind of a rather simple appearance. They have a couple coin purses that you imagine for exchanging coins. They are kind of fetching and moving around. There's no other servers that you observe, and this individual is just kind of working by themselves.
I go sit at the table with Athala.
Okay.
Costa's gonna take a look around, see if everyone's going to the table, if anyone's coming with him to talk to the person at the bar.
You're gonna go up to the barkeep.
Yeah.
All right, you stride up. Barkeep's cleaning a mug really quickly, stashes it underneath, grabs a loaf of bread, smells it, sets it down onto a kind of a platter, and looks up at you. Yeah, go.
Hello. We just got into town. I was wondering if you could answer a few questions about, nothing serious. Just,
Are you with Olala over there?
yeah.
Fixing it for food, right?
Yeah, of course. We'd be rude to ask for information otherwise.
All right. Bring over some stew and butter and ale. All right, yeah, table.
Okay.
Mm.
May I ask you?
Now, 5 silver plates.
What?
5 silver pieces.
Reluctantly, Costas pulls out 5 silver pieces and kind of not slams, but not very gently puts them on the table.
I'll be right there. Are you with them? Points to Regmore.
I am. What did cost this order?
Looks at you. Stew, bread, ale. Got for the whole lot. And you. Coming up.
Do you have any
Awesome.
room?
Walks away from you. Throwing pots and pans begin to happen inside the kitchen. This character is beginning to
Well-
make you all dinner.
While Costas and Reg were up at the bar, just to Othala and Felix. Reg's a problem.
Is what? What do you mean?
I roll my eyes at Felix.
Yeah, we know. But we've been with him for a few months. That's
I don't think he's evil by any means, but his curiosity is really gonna fuck us over one of these days, guys.
Fuck all of us over, yeah. And I don't necessarily know that I trust anybody that takes the pleas of our enemy as greater value than mine.
That does seem weird, right? Like, it'd be one thing if, hey, I want to do this, and then we're all like, no, and then he's like, okay, well, because I'm a part of the group, that makes sense, but then he's like, no, and then he kind of walked away, and we definitely know that he's going to try to do it the first chance he gets.
Yeah. I've met a lot of naive people. This isn't that.
Do you think he has like an ulterior motive or something?
Oh no, I think this is pure stupidity.
I've seen chaotic
Right.
people, and he definitely tends to teeter on the chaos side. But there's some hope for him. I don't think Reg is doing this to be evil or some sorts to establish.
I don't think he's doing anything to be evil or anything, but that's not gonna make us any less dead or dying based on his actions.
Yeah, I totally agree. So like, here's the thing: if a young or if an older person, an adult, they like touch a hot stove and they burn their hand, usually they learn from it, right? And they're like, don't touch it again. But I feel like this is a person who like is continuing to touch the hot stove and burn their hand and will like bump other people into the stove and get their burnt as well. So I'm thinking sometimes when we have like a stove-like object that we just don't let him hold on to it.
Yeah, I think we should remove a stove-like object from his possession.
Okay.
So are we talking?
So are we talking about
removing the coin?
by force or subterfuge? Because he's not going to do it willingly.
Either option works for me.
Well, I'm voting for one we talk to him, rather than take an item from him. I don't want to start a problem.
Yeah, but we know that basically when he's determined that we've exhausted all of our options, he's just going to take off without telling anyone. And if he does that before we have significant item in our possession, that's a problem. Talking to him is talking in circles. I don't know why, but the things that we are saying very clearly don't seem to sink in. Talking isn't helping. It's time to take other actions.
Well, it took us, what, a month and a half until we defeated Ethrin. We have another travel ahead of us to go meet this silver dragon. So we have a long way to go, and that's a transpire. That'll probably be another 2 months. Maybe what he needs is some time to actually realize what he's doing is wrong.
I agree. But does he need to hold on to that coin while he's doing?
Or that stone.
Like I'm finding myself out and I'm exploring it, but also should I leave you unsupervised in the kitchen with the hot stove?
Well, the stone for one is his. He had that stone in the beginning. I don't see a problem with having him to keep a stone. The stone doesn't seem like anything that's a problem. The coin, yes. Yes, we should probably talk to him about removing the coin from his possession.
Yeah, I agree. That's his. I don't want to take his property, but that coin is from Damodar and that's a threat to us.
All right, so I guess we are agreed just about the motions that we should go ahead about it. Are we talking to him? Because I think we should. I think we should actually just ask for it.
Okay.
I don't think Reg
Totally
would.
agree. I think we already did that, but you know him longer, and if that satisfies a route you need to go, I'm happy to support that. I just want to, if you will, again, being Fiend's advocate up here, um, what happens when that conversation goes exactly how it did about 3 hours ago.
Exactly.
Well, I know you know, and now you feel. I just want to hear what Othello's plan is.
Well, we've spoke to him this morning. And we could speak again. If that's the case 2 times and it's out, then I'll leave it in your hands. Then we can go about it by force. Because you are right. This is dangerous to us, and it is dangerous to him. I don't want anything to happen to any of us.
Okay. So hey, I guess if you guys are okay with this, if we can talk to him, that's great, and if it works, that's great. But if not, let's not force the issue now. But then I would probably make you invisible at some point and just have you take the coin.
Sounds good to me.
Because I don't want to like fight him, but like sometimes you got to take the bottle of rum out of the baby's hand.
Yeah, your metaphor. Let's remove the stove.
Wait, Godir has dropped a bowl in front of you, Rigmore, piles on a really thick, massive stew with sorts of root vegetables, carrots, potatoes, celery, different sorts of bay leaf spices riddled within it as well, herbs, and then seems to have some sort of mutton kind of meat gravy. It's white and brown. It's throws into the kind of bowl. It's a clay bowl. Reaches down, grabs a mug, just this wooden clay mug, fills it, slides it over to you. Takes the pot as well as a few more bowls, begins to just walk away around the bar directly to the rectangular table. Takes the bowls, sets the pot down and the bowls, takes a ladle, fills a bowl, sets it down, throws it down the table, interpreting for you all to essentially grab it as they're just throwing the bowls. Yep, here we go. Yep. Hey, what will you do? Yep. Yep. continues to throw them. If you don't catch them, they're just going to land on the other side of the table and fall off the table and crack at the ground. After that, picks up the bucket of stew, begins to waddle back, puts it inside of the kitchen, then begins to fill the ales, comes back, sets it down on a tray, takes the mugs of ales, and again, same thing, throws them, sliding them across the table to each of you that are there. And then at the end of that, picks up the tray. And else?
I have some questions.
Questions.
I'll pay you.
Baby, how much we talking?
Let's say 1 gold, just for a few questions. Nothing big.
What gold? What the fuck?
Fine.
Get that shit out of here. What gold? Look at you. Hey,
Fine,
you see
fine.
where's wherever you got some coin. How do you do? Come on.
I'll give you 5.
5. Make it even 20.
What are you trying to do? Extort my friend here? He's asking for some simple information. If it's worth more than you
Extort you. Hits the ground, jumps onto the table, pulls out a hatchet from a pocket underneath the pants. What are you saying, extortion? Ain't no extorting going on in here. This is the lump stump tavern. My
want.
name
This
is
how you treat your
Yard here.
customers.
Ah,
Oh my god, I'm gonna have to write to my friend at the Tavern Review, and they're gonna hear about this.
I don't care. I don't tavern review. My name is Yadi. This is the Lumberston Tavern.
I'm just eating my stew.
That's right. Eat that stew. Tastes good, doesn't it? Mm-hmm.
God,
Oh yeah.
I just have 2 or 3 questions. That are
Question. Jumps off the table. Puts the hatchet. What's your questions?
Okay. Have any unattended horses come to town recently?
Well, I know that.
Fine. Okay, that's good enough. Also, I have a question. Is there a powerful cleric in this town, and if so, where can I find them?
Yeah, we done to go, brother. Going to have dinner with the Commander Marloon in the keep right now.
Does someone know what he just said?
Someone's
Just
going to
let-
have dinner.
Does Costas ask that out loud?
Yes.
What the fuck? You insulting me
Hey.
right now? You insulting me?
You're a
The
bit hard.
cleric's having dinner at the keep.
They're having dinner at the keep.
Yeah.
What's
that?
their name? Did you say their name?
Priest Dumbly Goldbelly.
Are they capable of greater restoration?
Look at fuck. I don't fucking know that. I just know they're clever. They're powerful. They got all sorts of magic.
I would have asked something else, but I don't feel I'm getting in. I don't think I'm getting anything else out of this. I'm just gonna take the 5 gold coins stacked on top of each other, and just hand them to him. Yeah.
One question from me. Where's the smith?
Yeah, that was my question too.
Hey, Smitty. Hey, Ben.
We saw a
Soldier.
sign.
You adventure?
Yeah,
Yeah. No. Yeah.
traveler.
Looks
Just
looks like it.
Traveler?
He needs to get his chastity belt fixed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Need a new lock.
You been looking for Brock Smitty? That be on the entrance to the north. You hang around to the right. You get to an open carry shop. Start that. Brock Campus. Fine dwarf.
Got it. Thank you.
Hey,
Thank you.
You're a soldier. Play different blacksmith. Up in the keep grounds. All sorts of soldiers.
Is this stuff free for soldiers, or does he just provide for soldiers?
Man, it provides all. I mean, I'm a soldier. They fix it for you. I don't know. Fucking cares. It's a blacksmith.
Very cool. I'm
What?
gonna look around to see if there's a soldier in the bar. Like, just look to see if there's anyone that looks like a soldier in the bar.
Nobody in the bar looks like a soldier.
How many teeth does this guy have?
This character has 7 teeth.
I would have asked for whiskey with fruits in it, but I don't think he'd be very kind to that.
No, just drink it straight, dude.
Yeah.
No Costa special here.
You looking for rooms? Staying a while.
Yeah. Can we
Yeah,
get-
room's pretty good.
You have 6 available?
How many nights?
Can we do it?
Oh, don't you think we should double up? You know, just to keep safe. You know, with all our enemies out there.
The
Three
fuck you
rooms,
trying to keep safe from? Ain't no problems here.
Loneliness.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
shit.
it's
Well,
not
that's
hard
one way.
too. Smiles at you, the crooked smile.
Oh, thank you.
We can be friends, can't we? I'm
Well, I don't
lonely
know. I
too.
don't know if you're worth being a friend.
Oh.
You might have been pretty rude, so.
Oh, fuck you, Dad! God! Stay
Thanks for
lonely.
Jew. Jew's good.
2 rooms. You want
3
large
rooms.
Twin
room?
beds or in each room?
3
What
rooms,
you
3
want?
rooms.
What the hell are we talking about? How many
3
rooms you want? How many nights you want?
3 rooms, I guess 2 days.
Yeah, 2
3
nights
rooms.
seems we
2
will
days.
extend it if we need to.
You want the
Minimum
larger
2
room
days.
or the small room?
If we're doubling up, we can go large.
Large
Yeah.
rooms.
All right. 2 large room, 1 small room, 2 nights.
Minimum.
Sure.
Minimum 2 nights. You might get more.
That'd be 20 gold.
Pay for
I'll
that
do it.
upfront. Got
I'll pay it upfront.
already. Oh, I beat you to it.
Thank you, Cat. Takes the coin. Reaches down into the front pocket where there is no pocket, just puts their hand in their pants, begins to shuffle around, grabs a ring of keys, all of which look the same, begins to take off 3 of those keys and slides it over. You're welcome. You go upstairs, you find rooms. Walks away, back to the kitchen.
Real quick, while they're in a foot square feet together, I'm gonna cast prestidigitation on them. Clean those
It's funny because
keys.
I didn't have the spell.
Just clean the keys, you know, just have my hand
Just give
hover
him-
above
Just
it.
give him a little clean. Okay.
Maybe give them some peppermint smell while you're at it. Just
All right.
Just
Let's get those
Yeah.
keys clean. Okay.
Well, that was an experience.
seems like a fun man. Probably a great drinking buddy.
I don't think you'd remember a night drinking with him.
That's the good part. Anyway, yeah. So,
So
where
who's
to?
doubling up with who?
Oh, yeah, that's probably more important.
Well, Felix,
Felix, who do you
What?
want to go with?
I'm saying Felix, me and him bunking.
Okay, then. Okay.
I was really hoping that Miss Thea could help me with my book. She has a pretty artistic side, so you know she might be able to help me with that later.
Yeah, and we also have a party to discuss.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so
But next time, buddy.
That's cool. I'll bunk with Costas.
yeah.
Oh
Maybe you should
no, I
bunk-
think
Maybe you should bunk with Reg.
Oh,
Costas and Joe can stay together.
true. I get it. All right. I'll bunk with Reg.
His eye on him.
Oh yeah, good idea though. We'll follow your lead.
Thanks. Appreciate that.
Okay.
Let's finish my ale.
So as you're finishing your ale here and you're munching away on your delicious stew, the barkeep is continuing to kind of muss around the kitchen, a lot of crashing happening, other things, but has yet to come back to your table. An hour or so passes by as you're finishing your meals and whatnot, and then the door is opening, and an interesting character begins to walk in.
Has Reg been up at the bar this whole hour?
That's up to Regmar. Are you up at the bar the whole hour?
Yes.
I've just been watching him the entire time.
Is that the guy, like the priest that was mentioned earlier?
Grabbing
Like,
a kind of a large coat, begins to shake it off. Rain. It's a mountain dwarf with a thick black beard braided into a single braid that goes down to the waist, head shaved on the sides, a single braid placed into a bun upon the head. Fair complexion, well-aged, blackish brown eyes, notably thick hands. Wears a blue and white priest robe with pillow or symbol across the left chest. The hood bounces on the back, and has been known, not currently, to wear armor and other things. So currently, turn in, kind of looks around the room and sees you all. Begins to walk over. Hello, fine folk. I have never seen you in here before. Yes, well, My name, let me introduce. I am Priest Dumbly Goldbelly. Begins to shuffle through underneath the robe, pulling off small little pamphlets. It says the Temple of Pelor. May the light bless you. Begins to hand them to you each. Have you ever heard the good word of Pelor before?
Don't worry.
No,
If
can you tell us?
Well, the good word of Pelor is takes a chair and sits down. How was your stew and your ale? Is it good?
Fantastic.
Delicious.
Oh, fantastic. The good word of Pelor is 1,000 blessings of upon you, but I think it goes a furthest more than the 1,000 rights of the sun god. I think it feels more in the ambiance of its heat, the luxurious. Oh, Yardia, more ale for the table, please. It's the yell out. The halfling comes trotting back, grumbling, grabs ale, begins to sit down. Are you damn me, damn it? Oh, yes, on my tab. No worries. And, more stew for you all? More food?
Oh, if you're offering, yeah.
Yes, more stew, 3 for me, and 5 loaves of bread. Thank you so much. Yeah, needs to walk away. Well, anyways, like I was saying, if you want to, maybe tomorrow, if you want to come by the temple, and we can pray and see and explore the fine good word of Pelor. How does that sound?
I'd love to. You're a cleric of Pelor, I'm assuming?
Oh, yes. Yes, I am. Well studied and trained. And I have traveled several years abroad. 2, actually. Not several, I should say 2 years abroad. Over the entire continent of Etheria, studying all manners of things and finding the good word and the son of Pelor in every blessed creature in space. Let me tell you, Pelor is everywhere, and it's beautiful.
I believe I may actually be. I believe I may require your aid with something.
Oh, you need my aid? What ailment harms you, my child? Please, lay your hands on the table.
I reach my hands out and put it on the center of the table. So you can reach it.
Ah, yes. Well, look at those beautiful hands. Grabs a hold with the big, meaty stubs. Pray with you, me child. Pray with me, child. Pray. Close your eyes. Pray with me. Blessed be thy sun god. High afternoon, evening of the twilight, your sun shudders, but you are not alone and not afraid, for it will come. In the morning we wait, in the shadows of the darkness. What ails thy child? Please tell me, Pelor, please. Are your eyes closed?
Yes.
Good. Harmonize with me.
Is he doing anything more weird than just being weird right now?
No.
Insight check to see if this is a
Exactly
real
what it looks like right now.
Can I do an insight check to see if this is a real cleric or a fake? Because this
You can
feels a
make
bit
it
over the
make an
top.
inside check.
Insight.
Thala's just enjoying this. It's amazing.
14. This does appear to be a real cleric, in the way that there's warmth touching your hands, that they are doing something to detect what ailment concerns you. However, they are extremely out of practice and very unorthodox. You've never experienced a cleric or a priest or anybody in clergy in relation to Pelor in this manner, in this capacity. This is definitely a far offshoot of what you experienced. You also know the name Dumbly Goldbelly. You've heard that name before, but you have never had a kind of a meeting with them based on the fact that they were thrown out of the Cathedral of Pelor in Beelder and also the Cathedral of the Sun Tree in Athena, based on their out of the box thinking.
Pretty.
So as this is happening, your recollection of the name hitting you in the tip of the tongue. Yes, I can feel there is something about you, my child, that is harming you, but it is not necrosis, no, it is, well, it is something I have never encountered before. I cannot help you, sorry. Yondir comes back now, begins to deliver stew upon the table as well as bread. Dribbling down the big beer with ale, sits it down, takes a loaf of bread, pulls it apart. Eat, it's good, yes?
Well, what about his face and his hair loss? Can you do something about that so he looks normal again?
Oh, I thought that's how you looked. My apologies.
Oh no, yeah, this is related to the thing.
Yes, I can fix your appearance, but please put your hands down for me, and are you going to eat that?
Yeah, you can have it.
Oh, thanks. Yes.
Costas looks at everyone else with a almost like scared look.
begins to rant in Celestial as the eyes glow white as your skin begins to heal and your hair regrows, brought back to the condition of appearance that you were before. Oh, I'm so weak and tired. Oh, so much. Looks at you with all. Are you going to eat that?
Oh no, finish.
Oh, thank you.
So, Mr. Goldbelly, I was wondering, do you know if there's any priest that might be able to help me with my condition nearby? I can wait.
Well, my child, I am well trained and versed. I have studied in many different institutions across all of Arthuria and all realms of where Pelor touches and all. And I have even spoken to the Sun God personally. And I can tell you right now, through all of my studies and all of my education, I do not know what happens with you. There is something about you. There is some magic that is imbued into your skin, into your flesh, trapping and snaring your very soul. It's complicated. And, well, it's without provocation of trying to tap him. This could be even the very work of the Sun God upon you, perhaps, in a mysterious and foreign and strange way. We don't know. Should we dabble with it? Should we mess with it? And how is it truly affecting you, my child? You don't have a fever, do you? Reaches across the table, crashing into the bowls, begins to put the hands meaty upon your forehead to feel.
It's reduced my strength. I can't lift as heavy a weight as I used to.
Oh, really? Well, I weigh quite a bit. Can you lift me? Hops down, begins to raise the arms. Try it!
I'm gonna try it.
All right, go ahead and make a strength check.
Uh,
14. You begin to... This dwarf weighs 390 pounds. Oh, I should lift it. Serrating as you begin to lift them up, but you do so with a 14. With your exceptional strength here as you go through. Definitely not in the capabilities of what you could do before, but you're able to manage it and be able to lift them up. As you set them down, that didn't seem so difficult. I weigh quite a bit. You're strong, young lad. Come on. Don't be so... What?
I used to be pretty damn strong.
Well,
I mean,
maybe you just need to lift some more. Perhaps you need to train more. Maybe you eating too much food and laying and resting too much. Perhaps you need to, I can see your armor is in dire straits. Perhaps you are having some sort of mental block. Anxiety.
I'm pretty sure it's a curse from
Maybe we
evil
need to
being.
have a conversation, just you and I, about what you're feeling. Is there something troubling you? I can tell by your eyes. Something about
hit by
a
magical lightning.
parent,
Let's
perhaps?
put it
A mother. Yes.
that way. I think it's the magical lightning.
Magical lightning? What do you mean, magical lightning?
Well, I touched a stone, and I got hit with magical lightning that started vaporizing my armor and me.
I'm giving
my
Constance a very
goodness.
pointed look.
Oh, jeez. Walks back to the table, sits down, begins to eat. That sounds troubling. Pulls out a satchel underneath the cloak, begins to pull out different pieces of paper, grabs ink and quill, small candle, lights it. Do tell me, what happened?
I'd rather not say anymore. It's,
What? By Pelor be damned! We were almost to the point! Magical lightning happening. You all are, well, looks to be adventurers of some kind, yes? And you went somewhere you shouldn't have been, I'm looking, but perhaps maybe you should have been there? It's very complicated within your eyes. I'm very insightful and can see through many, many individuals. Do tell me, please do tell me. Where do you originate? Perhaps we can go to the bottom of it. Where were you born? What's your parents' names?
I was born in Othema.
Yes, Othema.
I believe you've probably heard of my mother.
Dramatic sigh. From
Arrogant,
the-
yes, arrogant. Okay, go.
I mean, they're the Bloody Paladin.
Oh, yes. Ooh, interesting. So you are the child Morning Light? That is a heavy burden. A lot of steps to follow. Perhaps this is the root cause of why your strength has dwindled. You've left home like a baby bird from the nest, and you just don't know how to fly yet.
Are you one of those therapists I always hear about?
Well, I have been known to therapize a number of individuals. It's part of my duty as a cleric.
I see. I'm gonna wave over more ale.
Oh, yes, yeah. Yeah, dear. More ale with the table, please. Halfling comes by, grumbles, begins to take pictures and refill the ale. Oh, thank you, Yardir. On my tab. Yardir walks
Thank you.
back. Of course, continue.
I don't know how much I should say. Even some quite important people are not aware of this yet.
Young lad, we are almost to the epiphany. We are very close. Continue.
I really truly believe this
Just
is
relax your body and your mind and just speak the words as they come true.
Hey, man, boundaries, right?
You know
Say
what?
no,
Boundaries.
let it be.
Yeah.
No, you know what? Priest Skullberry, you have a point with him having issues with his mom.
Yes. I
Mm.
see it in the
That
eyes.
could be it. Yeah, no,
Mm.
and you're right. He is a little tiny baby bird with fragile bones.
He is looking at Thea with a very annoyed look.
If you don't want to say anything, of course. Boundaries. As your fine friend here. Your name? Points to you, Felix.
Felix.
Felix. Felix, where do you come from?
I don't want to tell you. You're really intrusive.
Oh, my apologies. My apologies. I'm sorry. I get like this sometimes. I've had my third meal tonight and my drink. Of course, I'm headed back to the temple and it's a rainy night, and I just thought I might spread the good word of Pelor before I decide to retire. I can see I'm not wanted here. You are more than welcome for the food and the ale. Let's put the satchel pocket underneath. Begins to drink. Downing. 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 Oh.
I have pushed over one of the extra ales that was put in front of me into
Downing.
like into him.
Oh. I will retire back to the temple. I'm sure Merlin is waiting for me. And I will, I'll leave you all boot. And you can show up at the temple if you like. I'll be there. I'm actually be heading to the keep in the morning, courtesy of all the advice I've given on the undead. And of course, I've been a great aid to the Commandery Marluna. And, well, yes, I've traveled abroad and experienced many different things. So, good resource. Anyways, if we encounter each other and you're staying here a while, please make your way to the temple and we can talk. Yes,
Wait,
goodbye.
I don't want.
Farewell, farewell. I can see I'm not wanted. It's
Goodbye.
Should we just go to the smithy? At least I think I'm just gonna go to the smithy. Let's just...
Bring someone with you. Maybe Joe can go with you.
All right, that sounds good. Let's do it.
Let's go, Joe.
All right, let's go. All right. Okay, so you head off to the smithy. Hopefully they're open. It's pretty late, but given the fact that this, even though Yadir was difficult to understand, talking about how many smiths there were in the keep's grounds and as well as the shop, most likely Brock Smithy is open. They're currently working, so there's a good chance of that. So you head off into the pouring rain as the darkness begins to set in, trudging across the town, these kind of, I would say, flooded streets at this point, and you're heading in the direction of that smithy. We're going to go ahead and take a break. So, if you're watching the stream, thanks so much. We really appreciate it as Group 6 begins to navigate my intrepid numerous chaotic and crazy NPCs that seem to spontaneously appear. So, we'll be back in 10 minutes or so come back at 6:31 p.m. PST, and hopefully you join us then, and we will see you then. Bye. All right, welcome back. Thanks for keeping around here, watching us, and I really appreciate that. So we're gonna get right back into it. Everyone's still at the tavern here at the first floor. I'm gonna go ahead and get our sound effects on, showcasing this fantastic tavern. Now, Priest Emily Goldbelly has left. Definitely said that they were, unwanted. You could tell, right? They've kind of just stopped in here just to get seconds or thirds, however they wanted to frame that, eating many meals in this afternoon and evening, and has kind of left you all at the table here with your small little pamphlets to Palo of Such God. Othala, you've moved off in the direction of Regmore, and Regmore has sat at the bar eating their stew and drinking their ale by themselves, and you've made your way over there. And then, Costas, you've gone in the direction of the blacksmith with Dirty Joe.
Yeah.
I'll talk to the bartender and just say, 2 for us, please.
Yeah, right. It's round. I don't even know go with it. This ain't on no tab.
No, it's I got it on my own.
You want tab?
No, I'll just pay right now.
What's it?
Okay, give him a silver.
Thank you, cat. Takes a picture up against to Phil. Sets out a new mug. Fills it. Scoots it. Walks back. Begins to clean mugs. Staring at you.
Okay, he's not weird. You alright, Reg?
Thinking.
I mean, clearly you've been here for the last hour. Anything particular on your mind, or just same thing from this morning?
Hmm. What are we doing?
Well, we're having some shitty ale at a bar, but I guess you're talking more specifically.
Here. Why is Damodar our enemy?
I don't know why Damodar is our enemy. To be honest, Reg, I don't even know why I'm here. I don't know why anything is anything, to be honest. It just happens. Things turn out the way they turn out. Damodar is viewed as an enemy the same way he probably views us as an enemy. Why is anybody an enemy of anyone? This is just something we have to roll with.
But he doesn't seem to view us as an enemy.
I don't know. Maybe he doesn't view us necessarily as an enemy if we take your standpoint on it. Maybe he takes the Chosen One's title as an enemy, or maybe he takes people that Magello pick as an enemy, or maybe he doesn't see anyone as enemies and we're all just pawns and we're all just things that he feels he can control. It's a lot of variables that we don't know. It's why we have to keep continuing and figuring out what this is. We don't know bases to any of our questions. What is a Chosen One? Who's Magello? What's a Damodar? We don't really know. What I do know is I landed on a boat 2 months ago. I met a few people, and I've been trying to figure out what's been going on and how to go about my day every single day. Every day I wake up, I pick myself up, dust myself off, and continue down this road because I don't know where it's going to lead me, but I want to go back home. That's really all that's on my mind.
So, we can't trust Magello. We can't trust Damodar. What if talking to Damodar, if there was the possibility Damodar could send you home, would you not take that opportunity?
Probably would, Reg. If Damodar could take me home, I probably would take that offer. Leave this all behind. I mean, if you would have asked me that the moment I got into that boat, my answer would have been definitely yes. At this moment, I feel a little different about that. There's things here that I don't want to leave unfinished. Like, all these people that are in danger. Yeah, they're not connected to me anyway, but I don't want to leave a world tarnished than just to get my own selfish needs out of it. And then what if I go and I make a deal with Damodar and my request is followed by something that is way worse? It'd be like a genie in a bottle. I grant my wish, but then some cataclysm happens right after. I don't know what's gonna happen. I don't really trust Damodar for that. I trust myself. I want the power myself to do that. I think we should trust each other. Trust this group. If we can't trust no one outside of it, at least trust ourselves. Trust each other with things that we're going through or things that we're trying to figure out. We're literally in the same boat together.
I see what you're saying, but from what I've seen of the brief vision of the Silver Dragon to what I seen what happened in that village, what if Damodar is right? He's wanting to bring magic back to the world. What if that's his goal? Would that be a terrible thing?
No, I don't think that message or that goal is a terrible thing. But there are ways you can go about certain things in order for it to be good and for it to just be deemed bad. Like, I don't believe mind control in any form or any way is a good deed. So if this silver dragon is being put against its will to kill people, to destroy things, that's wrong. It's taking its free will away. It's wrong. It's not a good thing. It's not someone you should trust. And I get it. People have bad views on dragons. I don't.
Okay. Well, I table reaching out to Damodar. If we find other ways, I agree to exhaust those.
Sure. Like I've already stated this morning, we have some options we can go after. But if that's really still gonna be on your mindset, let that be the last thing, Reg. Like the very last thing. I mean, we're all dead. There's no other choice. Black hole outside. Last thing is called Damodar, you know? Because we don't need that right now.
It is a last resort. I will state my piece on that. I give you that, my word, that if we run into, exhaust every resource and come up with no answers, and that is our only choice, then I'll reach out to it.
Okay. Thank you. Um, all right. And to that point, I guess I'm gonna trust you with that. It's just the group needs a little trust as well because people think you're maybe a bit of a loose cannon at this point, and you just need a little bit of a reassurance. So, would you mind me holding on to the coin? And if anything, you can always ask me for it. I'll always have it. No one will have it. I'll send it away to a pocket dimension. I'll make sure to keep it there.
Red rub his chin, mulling it over. I relinquished the essence of the blue dragon when Thea and Felix didn't trust me with it. You're demanding my stone if I left. My gem and this coin were gifted to me.
Yeah, we understood that. I made that case apparent to them that your stone is your stone, regardless of how everyone feels or what it can be done with it. Your stone is with you. That's yours. And I told them about that at the table. It should not have been spoken about this morning. It's your stone. But the blue essence was needed to be taken away at that time because the blue dragon was around. We didn't know that it can still maintain that connection, and this we still don't know. So that's the only thing with that blue essence. But your stone can stay with you. This coin is linked personally to Damodar. And I'm telling you, I'm not even gonna have it. It'll be in a pocket dimension. I won't have it in my possession. If you ever want it, you can come to me and it'll be right there.
Reg will take out the coin. I trust your word.
I appreciate it. And this is the coin, right, Reg? We're not doing the same snow problem.
That is the coin.
Okay. All right, so I'll lay it on the table, describe a circle, and cast wrist pocket.
Okay. Throwing it into a pocket dimension. Thea and Felix, what are you doing at the table? Just watching this in anticipation.
I'm,
Cool.
Oh yeah,
I'm
I'm
still eating my
watching it. I
stew.
imagine so.
Yeah.
Okay. For Costas, you're going to make way with Dirty Joe here to the Smith. So I'm going to just change to the sound effects here. You can also transition over to that map. It's free to come back and forth. So you'll be able to actually go onto the town map if you want. So the rain continuing its strength as you progress across, headed basically towards the entrance that the northern entrance that you made through before. Now, this shop is a beautiful kind of straw thatching with solid core pillars of wood that extend upright, and then it's braced with half walls of stone at various intervals. Rock and dirt kind of intermix in the interior of the space. There is the lodging for the smith at the backdrop, which is a 2-story kind of rock-walled and stone structure with clay-tiled roof and has multiple chimneys, 3 or sorts. And there is kind of supplies, carts and wagons in between that space of the smithy and the residence of the blacksmith. Now, this blacksmith has numerous different pieces of materials that they work with. So there's long kind of pieces of ingots that have been kind of stacked and then elongated out, then cooled. They're stashed into a corner of the back left of the entrance here as you kind of stride up into it without going really up any sort of staircase at all. There is a foundation of stone, and then the rock and the dirt kind of overhang on top of that, so it gets it out of the rain just a little bit. But beyond that, rain can flood and come into the space. So raw materials, in the corner there, you have your centermost forge, which is a circular forge that extends through a chimney, the straw thatching above. And then there is a kiln that sits adjacent to it, and then a quench tank, anvil, workbench, and other things. Now, the shop front towards the smithy is in the same space, and it exists on the east side of the structure. And there are kind of wooden kind of postings, such as like T's that have been put up and then anchored into the actual dirt or the stone floor. And those wooden kind of mannequins, quote unquote, hold different pieces of chainmail kind of just thrown upon, and other sorts of things that they're collecting, as well as barrels of chainmail. And then there is various kind of weaponry and links and things, and they're dangling down from the wooden rafters on wooden pegs or posts of railings and things. So all you need to understand about the shop is you have to kind of duck underneath various points because of how many things are hanging down from the wooden rafters, and how they're hanging down from chain, other sorts of pegs and such. And then you have to like dive and look into barrels if you're looking for specific things you don't see kind of hanging. That's really it. There are 2 characters that are working in the smith, and they are identical to each other. They are 2 dwarfs, and they are working side by side. One appears to be maybe a female, and then one's a male, and they're kind of working side by side. One strikes, the other one strikes, another one strikes, another one strikes, and they're working on a kind of an axe blade of some kind on the anvil itself. They have wool clothing on of black as well as brown. Many different pieces of leather sit over attached to the pants, and then as well as the vest that goes underneath the leather blackened to match the ensemble apron. Now they have bracers on as well that are of the same black material, and they have patches of like cowhide and other sorts of things upon them. They're scarred. They have as well as belts that have numerous tools, and then pockets in the aprons that they're working with. Now, one of them in particular has a ponytail that goes down, clean shaven on the sides, and then that has 3 different brooches or ringlets that fit into the ponytail. They have a bushy beard that comes with 5 different braids, the 1 central and then 2 on either side. The hair coloration of both of them is roughly darkish black with a slight brown tinge. They have reddish orange eyes with fair complexions, and then covered in soot and charcoal over top of those complexions. Now the other one has more of a headdress that's coming through, almost as if they've kind of put their hair into some sort of cowl that they've tied off at the back end, and that kind of falls down loosely noting that they probably have longer hair that's more wild and slightly untamed. They also have a very similar beard, the 5, and they have the same eyes. And again, they're twins, identical. So they're just working, smacking away.
Hello?
You walk in, say hello, one turns. Hello!
I was wondering if I could take a look at some of your works.
More than willing to. We'll appreciate that. They're right over there. They point in the direction of the shop floor, which is just literally 10 to 15 feet east of them.
Can
Are
I
you looking
have-
for something in particular?
armor? Yeah.
Armor.
Maybe a grapple.
Wow, that's not particular. Are you
Okay,
looking
plate.
for plate armor? Oh, I can see you're wearing plate. It's been really damaged. Look at that, poor thing. I can repair it for you. Oh, we can repair it for you. If you'd like. They continue
much
to
for
finish
repair?
each other's sentences.
How much for repairs?
Take it off. I can help you. Walks over.
Thank you, yes. And I'm gonna start taking it off.
Begin to help you remove your armor. They begin to inspect the damage upon the anvil underneath the forge light, scratching their beards, looking to one another, begin to whisper. They look in the direction. How much coin do you have, lad?
I don't have a whole lot with me. I'd like to know the price first before I.
Well, we'll come to a price, but this is in dire need of repair. This is unusable in condition. I can see it's been through quite a number of events. Perhaps we can maybe come to some arrangement if you don't have a lot of coin. Something like this would costing nearly 500 gold to attempt to fix. Perhaps you can work in here instead. We can use some help tomorrow.
For how long?
Well, depends. You'll be working on your own armor. We'll teach you, and then from there, we'll see how it goes.
I mean, it is a useful skill, so I'd be learning some.
Oh,
things
it's
from that.
extremely useful, and it'll help you repair this armor if it gets damaged again.
There's some people I have to talk to, see if we're gonna be in town long enough for that. But
Oh,
It's
are you a
interesting.
servant to a noble of some kind?
no, but I'm adventuring with the group, so
Oh, an adventure. So they have companions. Oh, that makes sense.
I'd have to talk to them about it.
Of course, dear.
I see.
Do come back in the morning then.
By the way, is there any possibility of improvement? I know it's pretty damaged up, but like once it's repaired.
We can talk about enchantments. I'm okay with doing certain things, particularly giant runes. I might be able to do something to it.
That's great. Yeah, I will get back to you on that as soon as possible in the morning, hopefully.
That would be great. You have a good night, dear.
Should I just leave that with you, or should I take it with me?
Oh, you can take it with you. It's yours.
Okay. So I'm just gonna grab it and then
Throw it over your shoulder,
And,
many different pieces and parts.
have it. So, good.
They turn around back to their work, hammering together. All right. Well, I'm honestly surprised. That was a little bit strange there, but you're heading back to the tavern to get approval. I did-
That was strange.
Why didn't you just say yes? I'm gonna do it, and then you go back and just tell your party, "Hey, look, I'm gonna get this repaired for free if I just work and learn blacksmithing at the same time." But Priest Dudley Goldbelly is right on so many levels. A little bird, rest from the nest, still needs
They
to
might
fly.
want to go somewhere tomorrow, I don't want to I don't want to hold them back and be like, yeah, we have to stay here since we should probably run it by them.
You, not armored, is holding them back.
Yeah. We also said specifically that we would be here for a minimum of 2 days.
I know, but we might not want to do stuff besides being in town for those 2 days. We might want to go check out outside.
I
You
suppose.
not
It's
armored
okay.
is
It's okay.
back.
It's okay.
Anyways,
Anyways, you begin to head back in the direction of the tavern.
Say, I swear to the gods that if he is going there to strike up some type of deal to do some work tomorrow and not be available for us, I'm gonna smack him.
Yeah, I'll let you do that first.
Is there anything anybody wants to do in the tavern now that we're coming back to the scene?
Oh no, I'm gonna head upstairs. I'll tell Reg that we're sharing a room. I don't know which room, so I don't really care. Small, whatever. We're
Okay.
sharing a room. I'll be upstairs, and I'm gonna go study for the night.
Okay, so you
Did
proceed
we
upstairs.
see Athala wrist pocket the coin?
Yeah, we were watching the whole time.
I mean, as I'm walking up, I would pass Thea, and I'll just give her a thumbs up and just keep walking past.
I
What does that
I
mean?
would say yes. You both saw it.
All right, that's taken care of. But I guess we'll wait for Costas to
Yeah.
get back and then call it a night.
Mm-hmm.
So follow you pass upstairs. You reach into kind of a small, tiny common area, which is kind of open. Bathroom off to the left. Hallway goes down the lining with rooms to the left and right, as well as a southern hallway that goes to the two larger rooms. Now, the key, as you find, has no number upon it. In fact, all the doors don't have any numbers at all. So you go to the first door that you see, you open it, it's the bathroom. There's no keyhole either that seems this key goes to, but there's no keyhole at all at the door. You're like, hey, that's the bathroom, shut it. Then you go to the first door on your right, open it, it's common room, nobody in it. Go to the next door, goes in that one, unlocks it, open it, another common room. Then you see the hallway to the left, you decide to go down there, you find one of the larger rooms, you unlock it with the same key. This key is the same key. All the locks. All of them are all. This key opens all the locks, and they're all the same, and all the keys are the same.
So that key ring was just a copy of a bunch of the same
There's
keys.
copies of literally the same key.
Great.
Yep.
It's wrought iron, stingy key, 3 different teeth on it. It's very plain. So you find one of the larger rooms there. It has the adjoined bathroom and washroom in there. Nice large bed. There's a wardrobe. Chest at the foot of the bed there. A small, tiny oval mirror in the corner. There's sconces for lighting of like torches that are in this space, or there can be ways you can hang a lantern. There's one lantern in there, just not lit. So you're able to light that, giving off some light within the space. But beyond that, the furnishings are pretty limited. There's not much of anything else.
Well, when I find my room and I see that you can't find it, I'll prestidigitate a crescent moon on the door, so Reg would know it's my door,
All right.
and it'll just be there for an hour. So hopefully he comes up. in an
Wow,
hour.
that's super smart. Nice. Yeah, you create the moon to create some sort of differentiation between all the other rooms, all the other doors. No numbers on the doors. So you create something yourself, and you get to studying. What are you doing as far as your studies? Just more of what you're doing before in the camp?
I was gonna do a little bit of that, and then probably look into Primar's spellbook.
Okay. Let's see. All right. I sent you on Discord those spells. Do you want me to copy them over into
I
the
still
actual
have
item?
them. I still have them.
Okay.
You couldn't do that. That'd be great if that would be great. But I have them still. So I'm just I'm going to, if I have enough time, I'll probably do a 3rd level spell that he has.
Yeah, I think so. If you all get a late start in the morning, I think that'd be fine. As far as cost, are you able to cover that cost?
It's it's 50 over every level, right?
Yeah, so it's 150 for 3rd.
Oh, okay, yeah, I got that definitely.
Okay, and it's gonna take a lot of time. So,
Mhm.
what spell is it?
I'm going to do summon undead.
Wow. Okay. Here we go. Paul becoming a necromancer. Necromantic runes as you're stretched with blood and other salts filling the room and the space as you're learning how to use this spell. This spell is a nasty one. Okay.
I'm doing the Shakespeare thing with the dwarven skull in my hand, just yeah.
Yeah, you're really feeling it here.
If Reg
Okay.
comes in at this moment, it's
Yeah,
gonna be
Reg
scary.
comes in this moment. It's not good. Just know there is a material costing this component that that is something that you're going to need to at least have in your possession because it is something that is costly. It's a 300 gold piece gilded skull.
That's why I have the
so
skull, and I'm
so-
gonna go to the smith tomorrow.
yeah, you're gonna
Do
go to the
something.
smith tomorrow, get it gilded in gold, and use it as your token here to create the undead. All right, sounds good. You can throw it into your spellbook if you'd like, or I can do that for you.
I'll do it.
Okay.
Nice.
Should be in there.
Okay.
Nothing really, right? Nothing really to cast out at all. Just creates undead.
I'm happy.
We'll come if you use it. We will talk about what you could do with that. So at that time. All right. Anybody else? Still waiting up for Akasis? Okay. At this point, Akasis, you've made your way back. With Dirty Joe.
Hello. Hi. Hi. Where's everybody? Okay, there you are. So, Thea and Felix, I think unless we have something we want to do tomorrow, I'll probably be heading down to the smithy to repair my armor. I mean, again, I didn't give them any promises, so if something comes up, I can just not go. But yeah, I'll get the repairs for free if I do it myself. I'll learn a useful skill.
Yeah, goodbye.
Yeah, free's always good.
Seeing Rag leave, I would cast invisibility on myself and follow.
Okay. So Felix, you're casting visibility, following Regmore. Regmore, where are you going?
Outside to back to where we ran into the dwarves out in the tents.
Okay. So there's many different tents filled with these dwarfs, so you can probably get towards those crossroads, finding somewhere off that chute based on what you observe. That's totally fine, getting some distance from the tavern. The town itself, it's not very large, right? It's not a very large place. So you're able to get 3 or 4 blocks if you count those as such. Many of the buildings are spaced apart, so you're able to weave yourself into this crossroads, finding a group of tents. The dwarfs are out in the pouring rain, currently eating from a pot that's over the campfire. It's a trio of them with 2 other ones, shadows in the tents, and other kind of grouping of tents in the backdrop as well. So it's a decent sized little kind of grouping of these dwarfs, and you're able to find those. Also transition the sound effects over to the rain. And you approach.
Greetings, brothers.
One stares up at you. The other 2 look up as well. One stands up. And has a burly, wiry beard. It's put into 2 braids down. Has an auburn-like coloration to it, slightly red and orangish. Then has a purplish eyes, kind of a white tanned complexion, and then falls into a drape of dreads of black and red, looking at you in your direction after standing up. This character still has their armor on, which is a beautiful piece of plate armor. Almost rivals that in quality to maybe like a dwarven plate. They have a cape that comes down, clipped into the shoulder of the pauldron, right? And that cape swings back through. It has a yellowish coloration to it. There is no clan symbol on that cape. And then their symbol itself is either on the chest, the pauldron on the other side, or the shield. This particular one has it on the side. The symbol is very much like 2 independent coin pieces, one of which has a head and the other one has a pickaxe, and then the coins kind of overlap over themselves. And then a third coin sits and they come through with a crown. It's just kind of like a trio of those coins. And they're kind of forming that overlap logo, if you will, that clan symbol. Stands up, grabs the hand outwards, very traditional dwarvish greeting, comes up, kind of grabs your forearm here, and then after grabbing that, kind of twists up and then claps the hands together like this, and then brings in for like a bro hug. Rumgul means
Regmore.
good business.
I've not seen your clan are familiar with your clan of this region.
Hmm. Are you from other clans elsewhere on the continent? Far.
Far across the oceans. From
I
Clan
see.
Hestrick.
Clan Hestrick. I'm not familiar with that. Perhaps prior to the Great Voyage. Who knows? We are Clan Gilgal.
Clan Gilgal, you say?
Aye. Does this concern you? Why don't you sit at the fire? I can get you a dwarvish stout. It'll help. Pull up a chair. Grab a stool from a nearby tent, sit it down, filling a steel kind of beautiful stein of some kind. Fill it with different dwarvish runes on it from a kind of a cask metallic barrel riddled with this blackish wood. Filling it from a spigot. It's a frothy black ale, billowing with great foam. Hands it to you. Tells you to sit. You're sitting down at the fire as well. Now grabbing kind of some additional coverings. The rain continues. They grab coverings and kind of drape it over their heads. This cloth that's very much mimic that like leather material.
Whereabouts does Clan Gilgal hail from?
Why would you want to know? Curiosity.
Curiosity. I've only met so far, brothers from Clan Alderfist over in Athema. And trying to learn, the curiosity of the hierarchy of. From what I heard, Alderfist was the ruling clan up until it was attacked.
That is not correct. It is complicated. The best way that I can refer to you all is that the soldiers you see here were once Clan Gilgal, and still are. We are bred and born strong in the mithril mines of Ravsham. We are deserters, are outcasted of our kind. King Gilvor Gilgal, known as the Silver King, did something that broke the bonds of peace between the clans, and also most likely brought hatred from the Talthars. They decided to. Silver King and the Royal Guard and a company of soldiers attacked the city of Stone and overthrew the occupying dwarven clan. Clan Drawrul, not Clan Alderfist. Clan Alderfist has no road and no pass leading into Ismar. It has no right to claim the throne through the election. It has tried, but it has failed. The farmers and citizens in Ismar do not look upon Clan Alderfist with strong might to protect them, and as such they are never elected. Clan Radal has ruled the most. They are warfaring and militaristic. No others besides dwarfs and allied to their clan can enter into their city. Ravsham is built on the largest mithril deposit in Arthuria. It was constructed roughly 3,400 years ago. It is in the north side of Ismar, the northern Frosthorn, oversees the Great Uther Bay. Drink your stout, dwarf.
Right, we'll drink.
Let it remind you of home. It's not like our kind to be out in the rain.
I don't mind it much.
So you left your city long ago, and you decided to adventure. Why?
To seek out new lands, create a guild for myself.
It reminds me of the Great Voyage. Many from the great dwarven clan Storvgard left Cross and Taurus. Many guilds and families seeking own riches and spoils. Perhaps you will lay claim to your own guild, find riches and spoils yourself.
I've heard word that a silver dragon plagues the once great cities.
Just gonna look up from the fire and stare at you through the cowls of their ponchos. Aye. Silver King allies with the Silver Dragon. Rumors spread the dragon goes by Belzar and has been observed in flight, going down to the Eluda Keep, hidden on its island, the center of the city.
What's the name of the keep?
The Eluda Keep is referred to as the city's name. It's on an island in the center of the city. Basically, a moat surrounds it, a large moat.
From what word I heard from in Othema is the dragon just appeared inside the confines of the cities.
Dragons have plagued dwarfs for a long time. Of great threat to us was a blue dragon called Tresgol. It's one of the reasons why the dwarven clans built their cities in stone, hidden in the depths of the northern frost horde. The cities were built to stop a dragon from entering. However, Belzar is not the largest dragon, so I've heard. It is young. In addition, it seems to change its shape. It would not surprise me that it could get within Tholnir, as well as the other cities. And so it has. You are fortunate to not be from these clans or from them, because they are no more. The only city that stands now is Ramshire.
What do you know of a dragon called Ithrim?
I do not know of this dragon.
What about the blue dragon?
Tresgol.
Tresgol.
What about Tresgol?
Has it been seen plaguing like the other dragons have?
I fear your question does not have a simplistic answer. Tresgol is not a dragon that operates in itself, but rather of its servants. It does not plague our people as it did thousands of years ago. As such, I've only heard tales and stories told by my ancestors through rock and stone. Stories tell of the blue dragon that feasted upon our people as they made trade with others. To the cities of stone they go. They stay safe. I do hope the thoughts of genocide to our people is not weighing too heavily. You are an outsider. We are strong, born to stone and to iron, gold to mithril. We will continue. I would set your eyes on these undead. This place is as good as any, and the commander has put us up, giving us food and shelter, supplying these tents, supplying free furnishings and such. Many of us had nothing. Even the smithy made us all armor if we did not have it fit for our kind. You should help the commander. Put a stop to these undead.
We've heard from Othema that an undead army has been attacking this fort for some time.
It is no army. It is a horde. They are mindless creatures that seem to just walk into the trench or to the wall. We stand on the wall watching and waiting. We do not fire crossbows like the others. We have javelins, axes and hammers and shields. We have taught, though, educated. Many of these people do not have any sense of combat. Perhaps you, an outsider that spends time in the rain, does not mind it, would do more than us. Who knows? Would you like another ale?
If it is no trouble, brother.
Fills it, hands it over to you. Felix, what are you doing? Because you're invisible, just observing the conversation.
Listening to the conversation and chilling.
Okay.
I don't intend to do anything unless Reg's like, all right, I have this plot to get my coin back, you know. To Felix, every time Reg has gone off on his own, bad things have happened. So he's not trying to actively sabotage him, but he's just checking in to make sure.
Come to me, Dabadar! Dabadar! Yelling up to the heavens. Okay, so the stout handed over to you, frothy as ever.
Where are these undead coming from? Or direction?
They come from the marshes of Unveiling. They march with a magical fog that persists around them for many miles to the north and south. They walk through the small wood up to the wall of the eastern side of the keep. They lay siege just walking. They've never penetrated through the walls. Ever. They then return back to the marshes, back to where they once came.
Have y'all seen a black dragon with them?
No. But patrols sent by the commander have stated that there is some large winged beast that's flown through the fog. Accounts from fishing folk in Norfolk. Perhaps the commander can give you more insight into this.
Where can I find the commander?
The keep. Probably not tonight. I would not be wise. The commander most likely is asleep, getting ready for training in the morning. You are free to access the keep. You merely need to ask at the front doors.
I thank you for the information, brother.
Aye, Rumgal. Good business. And you find yourself needing friends. We are born to rock and stone. We stay strong together.
Let's pray that we can take care of, find an end to these undead, put an end to the silver and the black dragons plaguing our clans.
I fear, brother, that prayer will do nothing. But let us hope.
We've ended a white dragon.
You slain a white dragon. Which is most
Ithrin
impressive.
in the Ithrin in the north. It's one we've learned. There's many dragons plaguing, and part of our journey down here is to investigate this black and silver, and at least put a stop to them, if possible.
Do you have companions in your slaying of dragons?
I do.
They are good friends then. Slay a dragon is of the utmost honor. My ancestors have done little of that as of late, but we used to align ourselves with giants long ago. It is getting late. We need to rest. Get ready for training in the morning. The rain is weathering our spirits. You have a good day.
You as well.
Begin to disperse back into their tents, leaving you in the rain. Crossroads.
Going to walk out to investigate the wall where these undead were coming from, or their outside direction, and then back to the inn.
You're talking about the wall they attack?
Yes.
So you'd have to get into the keep's grounds or go all the way around the town on the eastern side. That's all the way over here.
I don't know where that is.
I'm going to draw with the pen tool. You can click the Fort Farron map. I'm not going to activate it, but you click it and I drew an arrow. So they come through the Smallwood and they attack that wall. You can go into the keep's grounds and go up to the wall if you want, or you have to go all the way around.
Oh. Wild shaping into an owl to fly over, and then investigate.
Okay.
Or drop on wild shape, investigate out there, wild shape back, fly back to the inn.
I mean, you can invest. You could still investigate as an owl. You don't need to shape back
Yeah.
and forth. So you can still be a giant owl and still investigate it. So
Yeah, same. Either way.
okay. So you wild
I'll wait
shape.
till he's about 100 feet away from me, and I'll polymorph myself into a regular-sized owl. Follow him.
I love it. All right. So you create yourself a wild shape into a giant owl or an owl yourself. You know, Rigmore, you can be a regular sized owl if you want. It doesn't matter. And then eventually there's another owl. While you see an owl nearby you in mid-flight as you're taking off. Seems to be maybe a friend or a companion here as your owls. You get a little hoot sound. We need that louder. Hold on. Let's see if I can get that louder. Hooting along as you go. Okay. I honestly like that sound. That sounds super cool. Okay, so you begin to fly off in that direction, looking over. Again, the wall on the eastern side of the keep is only about 10 feet tall, with a 2-foot crenial. There's numerous guard that are up there with kind of cloaks over top of themselves, right? These ponchos and cowls raised are kind of hunkering down, looking in the direction of the Smallwood, patrolling the wall at all times. There's no towers of any kind, just some stone stairwells that lead up to the actual wall to get on top of it. There appears to be like siege weaponry, like mangonels that are underneath canvas kind of tarps or some kind, right? So they're kind of showing the shapes and the imagery, and they're stashed underneath trees. There's wagons full of boulders to supply them that can be hitched to draft horses, so pulled forward towards the wall. The keep itself is at the center, right? And there's a number of feet, hundreds of feet to get to the eastern wall here. The trench is the most impressive. That's outside of the wall, roughly, I would say 80 or so feet. That trench is there. The trench runs the entire length of the eastern wall on the outside. It's 8 feet deep. It's quite wide and has these spiked kind of pillars, pylons that extend out into the east side there. So as you're imagining this, they come out of the tree line. Then they have some footage to cover through stumps and other shrubberies. They go into the trench. Either they're spiked into the trench or they somehow get through and climb up the muck of the rain, because I mean, it's just pouring rain. It's just mud. They then have to traverse across a flat, barren landscape that's been intentionally burned over 60 feet up to the wall, and there is no mechanism to climb the wall beyond just their own hands. Right. The wall is brick stone. Some of it has some river rock to it, some grout as well. So that's really it. You don't see any sort of undead over here. There's inspecting the ground with your eyes. You are able to observe that there are remnants where they burned bodies. So you can tell that there's essentially circles, right, where they might have had great large burnings. But there's no undead currently here, and there's no bodies of those undead. And then you fly back to the tavern?
Yep.
All right. Okay, back to the tavern. Felix, are you flying back with?
Yeah, not like right on top of them, but you know, to keep them in eyesight.
Okay. And you come back into the tavern. So, coming back in, the rest of you have most likely gone to sleep at this point. I'm also going to advance the time clock. I'd probably say, with all, you're most likely still studying, right, on your spell. But the rest of you are able to go up to your rooms, right, and get some rest. And then, Regmore, you come in first. The crowd itself has slightly dissipated at this point. A lot of people in there have kind of moved. Some of the travelers at the bar actually are quite drunk that haven't left. So they're just continuing to drink. As Yadir sporting them ales, laughing, getting drunk themselves, swinging around a hatchet, showing off a cascade of skills.
When he landed back at the tavern, I would have been a bit of ways, knowing that I'm out of ear sight or visual or auditory range. You know, with the rain there, cast invisibility on myself, and then continue to follow.
Okay. So, Regmore, what are you doing?
Going upstairs and then knocking on the doors to find Othal's room.
Okay. Eventually, you're able to knock on the doors. An adventurer answers. Not your companion. What do you want? And yells at you, the stiff half orc. But then you turn and look, and you can see down the southern hallway. There's a moon. Immediately, memory clicks, and you go making for that door instead. It's the door behind you. The door that you just tried to knock on, right? Slam shut. So you go over there. So you hear the sounds of necromantic chanting going on inside of the room. You open the door, confused, and you see there are a pentagram made of salt with numerous amounts of candles, as Othala is working off of a Freemar's spellbook, as well as their own, currently scribing through numerous amounts of writing utensils and instruments and attempting to mimic the spell and cast it.
Hey,
What in the...
this is gonna be me for the next few hours. Don't mind me.
And y'all are worried about me talking to Damodar.
Okay. Well, with that, do you get to sleep?
Yeah.
The bed with one eye open. Clutching at the blankets, hoping nothing comes out of that damn pentagram. And you get some rest. Is there anybody doing anything in particular before we go through a full long rest here? All good?
I would just go back to the room, and if Thea was still up, I relayed everything that I observed Reg doing.
Yeah, I probably waited up for you.
See? Okay. Taking the
I like
kind of
that weirdo.
taking the larger room, one of the queen size rooms. I was saying Thea trances anyway, so you open the door, Thea's just gonna open the eyes
I
and look at you.
Probably
anyways.
figured after Thema that you wanted the nice room.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, this is great. Oh my gosh. Oh wait, I paid for it. I was about to thank you, and then I'm like, I paid for it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So just I think everything's on the up and up, but I'm gonna keep an closer eye on Reg as things go forward until I can feel that trust coming back. I don't mean to be paranoid, but he did just kind of like go off on his own for a couple of hours. Out
You're
of the
talking
city.
to me about being paranoid?
Well, I just but it seemed harmless in nature, but it just wanted to let you know what was going on, and it's that I'm gonna just keep a closer eye, and yeah, don't mean to be
Appreciate it.
intrusive, but
No. He has a tendency of just walking off.
I just like, do you know like his personal situation, like where was he like abandoned as a child, like left in a market all the time, like some abandonment issues there. It just feels like he wanders a lot.
I feel like if it was abandonment issues, he would hunker down with people more. But no, we have explicitly stated to him that the buddy system is a good thing, and he still consistently wanders off without telling anyone anything. So,
Okay. Gift idea for Reg leash. Got it.
it's a wonderful gift.
All right, night.
Good night.
So are you both right in the space in the room, and then the other two right there, and then Costas, you're by yourself.
Costas is with
With
Joe.
Joe.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
with Joe.
Costas, you're with Joe. Okay. All right. Fantastic. So as you are bed down, you all can take your long rest here. Advance the time clock. The rain continues into this day.
Okay. Costas is gonna wake up bright and early, tell Joe where he's going, just to in case anything happens to him, and then he's gonna head to the smithy.
Okay. So as you come down, Costas, bright and early here, you notice the tavern is relatively clear. There's a few people that have kind of come in, grabbing loaves of bread that are stale upon the bar counter, and you do not see Yadir anywhere. Believe. Okay. And you head off for the
Hey
smithy.
guys, sorry, I gotta jump off. Got a family emergency. Gotta take care of. I'll see you guys
Hey.
next week.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're gonna
Look.
do.
Okay. So Costas, you're heading off in the direction of the smithy.
By the way, is there a
Okay.
general merchant in this town? Like, just-
There is a market. There's a farmer's market that has kind of different agricultural crops and things that they do. There's not really a trader's square. And then there is a general store in this particular space. It's not necessarily marked on the map. So,
I think on my way to the smithy, I'll probably stop by a general store and just buy some rope.
okay. Yeah, we don't need to role play that. So just drag some rope into your inventory here for you. No worries.
100 feet preferably.
About 100 feet of hempen rope.
Yeah, 100 feet hemp rope.
All right, it's going to cost you 2 gold.
Got it.
Then you're heading off to the smithy. Okay, what about the rest of you?
Well, if Othala would be up, he would make his way straight to the smithy.
Okay, everyone's going to the smithy.
I'd actually probably be going to like the general store because I also need more rope, and I need to find a way to either gather the tools that I need to make a new set of thieves' tools, or just outright buy thieves' tools because I want
Okay.
an extra.
I got you. Okay, so you're gonna go off early here. Basically, general store, shopping around. Othala, you're late to the party, so you'd be the one that wakes up later than everyone else. So Thea, you'd probably be the first one out. Then Costas, and we'll say Othala at the end. Regmore, what are you doing?
Once Othala woke up and left the room, he's going to try to concentrate on his gemstone.
Okay. All right, sounds good. We'll come to that in just a moment. So Thea, you're looking for rope.
Yeah, I need more
silk
rope.
or hempen.
Hempen.
Some hempen rope. Okay, how many feet?
100. We go
Right.
through it fast.
Yeah. Okay. So put 3 quantity there. So it's the same price, right? 2 gold for the 100 feet of rope. And then as far as your thieves' tools are concerned, you're trying to kind of pick up pieces, right? Essentially things that you would be able to replicate that. In total, to replicate, it's 30 gold pieces worth of stuff. So this doesn't sell like
Okay.
a specific kit, so you have to kind of pick up
Yeah.
little things, right, to kind of culminate that. All right, so
Yeah.
I'll drop a second thing of thieves' tools into your inventory, and then 30 gold pieces for that.
Okay.
All right. Now, we have 2 people going towards the smithy. So you're going to get over there. The twins are awake. They have a fresh pot of coffee brewed inside of this metallic kind of device that they've used, crushing the beans themselves and brewing it over that. They've had a pot in the forge that they use for the hot water. They hand clay mug over to you, Costas, and you get to work. Cue epic montage. As you begin to help both these smithies. So the Brock smithy is actually named for their family. It's kind of a rendition of it. It's referred to as Brockstone. And they are 2 of these characters, right? They're twins. One of them is referred to as Avin, and the other one is Ava. So they have actually very similar names to each other. It's kind of comical, but they're helping you out with this endeavor, assisting you. All I need you to do is roll either a flat intelligence check or a flat strength check.
Okay.
Okay. 15. Fantastic. So you're picking up. You're working with your strength here, bashing away, getting the proper technique, and you're well on your way to becoming proficient with smith's tools, as well as repairing your piece of armor as these twins assist you. Othala, you now arrive to the smithy, because that's where you're headed. So what are you attempting to do there?
I have like a pouch of 300 gold. And place it there. I need the skull to be gilded. If you
Right.
can.
Ava comes up to you as the Avin is helping you, Costas, and looks in the direction of your skull and your gold. Well, I don't really ask questions either way. I can do this for you. I'm not entirely sure why, but I suppose the less I know, the better.
There's coin in it. That's all you have to know.
That's all I know. So you want all of this coin gilded onto this skull?
Yes, please.
That's going to be a little bit difficult to do. I can set up the proper equipment for it and go through with it. It'll take me most of the day and maybe into tomorrow.
Okay, and how much would that run me?
For my services for today and tomorrow, you would be looking at roughly, let's call it even 30 gold pieces. Seems like you have the coin.
Okay, sounds good to me.
And that will keep from anybody asking questions. I'll keep my voice quiet. All
Thank
right.
you.
Takes the
one
takes the
one more
30.
thing.
Yes.
The man back there working on that armor. That's one of my companions.
Oh, the boy. Yes.
Yes, the
Mm.
boy.
Mm.
Did he mention anything about enchanting that armor?
There was an inclination about possibly doing that, but still learning the basics, and we're trying to help the young boy out. And well, we understand that that is the young Morning Light, so wouldn't help getting some sort of
Yeah,
favor with their family.
yeah, I understand that. His family's pretty nice. The morning lights are pretty good. But if I can, I'd like to offer my services. I'm a little versed in Arcana, and I can help out in any way I can. I'm also wanting to give back to the boy over there. He's helped me out.
Well, you are more than welcome to assist in the smithing and repairing of the armor, but we won't be able to enchant it until at least tomorrow.
Oh no, just inform me when you're done with all the extra brute force labor. I'll be here for the enchanting.
All right, that sounds great.
Okay.
Fantastic. Takes the skull on 30. I'll get to work.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Move machinery and other sorts of things around to get ready for a gilding of the skull without destroying the skull, which is incredibly difficult to do. So that's going to be the attempt of the day. All right, we are going to end our session with Regmore. Regmore, please make a wisdom saving throw or an intelligence saving throw. I'll let you pick. 21. So as you focus on your stone, your silver stone, you are met in a space that seems really interesting. It is filled with palm trees and other sorts of beautiful flowering, medium to large size plants. You can also hear the familiar sound, or not the familiar sounds, but sounds of tropical birds that are making a plethora of noises. Inside of this jungle, you hear the sound of sobbing. Sobbing increases as you begin to move up in the direction. Climbing through the jungle, making ascension, you see that there is a rocky outcropping protruding over a beautiful oasis lake with a trio of waterfalls falling down into it. A ruins of some kind sits on this rocky protrusion of bluff with a radius of roughly 40 to 50 feet, similar to a Stonehenge of some kind. There is a silver dragon that is curled inside of this area, crying and sobbing. Then the thunderous wings begin to emerge at your backside. Over top of the canopy of the rainforest of the jungle, begins to smash the canopies and the trees downwards. You have to grab on and hang tight as the creature lands over top of you into the ground. This is a gold dragon, roughly 160 feet long, beautiful and immaculate with its scales kind of glowing in the light, with tendrils of whiskers protruding from its face and its different fan-like appendages. It's made to be beautiful. The voice of this dragon billows. Do not fear, Beldar. It will be fine, I promise you. I understand that you had difficulty. It'll be okay. So the dragon looks up. Just want them to be my friends. I thought they could be my friends. Humankind are difficult species, and you must learn to walk amongst them. In time, you will have your failures. But you are young and innocent, and that goes well with them. You will build relationships, and this will not be the first heartbreak. But I loved her. I really did. And I thought there was something there, something special. You can't become infatuated with them or Romantic relationships, Belzar, it's just going too far. We must walk amongst them, learning from them, and protect them. You will be a protector. Silver Dragon looks towards the ground, tears falling from the eyes. Oran. Yes, Belzar. Thank you. Thank you. I will always protect and help you, Belzar, no matter what happens. And you are brought back into your room in space. So, this is going to be a pretty good place to stop before we get into anything further, especially since David had to step away. I don't want to get into anything too particularly. It seems like shopping is what we're going to be doing a little bit. We're doing right now. So, but we'll go ahead and pause that, and we can pick some things up. Maybe David, Felix wants to do some shopping as well before maybe we get towards Commander Remar Luna, right? Have a conversation at the keep. So, Red, do you have any questions on that? It's probably really difficult to listen to now that you know perhaps what has happened.
Yeah. I'll say the only other thing Reg would do after that is go restock provisions and track down Thea and Othala to inform them that we need to go talk to the keep, the lord over there.
Talk to the commander.
Yeah.
Okay. Restocking provisions is a general store. There's a farmer's market. I mean, you're going to be at home, right? You can just, it's fresh crops. It's fresh. I mean, there's everything. Squashes of a variety. You got some nice cukes. I mean, there's just food for days. So you're able to replenish as much food as you possibly can. You can always deduct that from your inventory as far as currency value. You can find easily 50 days worth of rations for only a handful of coin. 8 to 10 gold pieces, and you can get that many days worth of food. It's just selling. These are fresh crops, so a lot of these farmers are selling in bulk, right? Large crates of cabbages and such. So, and we can figure out the details if you want to be more specific than that. But
yeah, other than that, it'd be stuff to do next session of trying to do what he did in Othema and
going up maybe to the commander, right? Being like, hey, who's in charge of the town, the village folk?
yeah, well, going directly to the farmers and going, hey.
Going to the farmers. I'm gonna buy your land.
No, not buy. Work out a deal.
We got a deal. We get Regmore a monocle and a cane. Mr. Peanut walking over, the top hat. How do you do? Howdy. I'd like to buy your land. I got a deed right here. I got you. Working out a deal. I got you. Okay, that's fine. We can go into the specifics of that, or you can do that out of character too. You can always message as well through the week.
Yeah,
we can do that out of session as well. We don't need to take session time for that either. So.
Yeah, I'll message you with everything.
Cool. Sounds good. All right. Any other questions anybody has?
I mean, I put it in the chat, but it can be we can wait for next session because yeah.
Okay, no, we can do it now if you want. That's fine.
Are you sure?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, no, I was trying to end it on storytelling and other things. Like we can, if we're gonna go shopping and pick up, I want to make sure that David's here and we can all get our shopping done at once rather than independently doing it, so we can quicken the pace of that.
This probably will work because my track record's great so far. So
yeah. Okay, give me 1 second. Notes. Which stone are you focusing on?
the red one.
Okay. I'm going to give you the option of making a wisdom or intelligence saving throw as well at this point.
I'll go for wisdom.
Okay. 8.
Anything this time.
So as you begin to look into your stone, nothing seems to come to you.
Yep.
You're attempting
Yep.
to, but nothing. Please make an intelligence saving throw.
Same.
8. Continuing your concentration and frustration. Is there anything on the other side of this thing? Still, nothing. Perhaps this is more difficult than the rest of them. Perhaps your patience is just weighing thin and you're unable. However, you are unable to contact or see or whatever has been described to you upon concentrating on this and focusing your energy into the stone, into the space of the fractals. And nothing has happened. So perhaps another time. But at least you got the roll
Yeah.
out. We'll keep trying, right?
I'm gonna look at it and be like, this is just you fucking with me, isn't it?
You see a genie begin to form with my face and my body. Yes, it is. Hovering at the tavern. Yeah, maybe it is. Who knows? Or perhaps this is just a more difficult one to get anything out of.
Yep.
It's a challenge.
It's all
All right.
good.
I'm going to go and calculate experience for you all. Give me 1 second.
Just say it. 9,300 experience.
Wow. That
Yeah,
would be nuts.
That'd be great.
it'd be
Just-
wonderful.
My dragon needs a friend.
Your dragon was so sad.
Your dragon, I think, wants a girlfriend.
I mean, I hear there's a black dragon over the sea with some nice
A green dragon. It's the girl.
Yeah,
green dragon. Oh yeah, it was the green dragon, not the black one. Anyway, yeah, there's a dragon that likes to hunt some ships that I hear is like
No,
maybe like
I think that this dragon's particular cup of tea is human.
time to play dragon matchmaker.
The dragon's preference is human. Wait, can silver dragons shapeshift?
Yeah.
They is half human, right?
No.
Use you. Me and Felix still haven't discussed my party yet. I need things done first.
All right, so I think that's accurate for the math, right? 792 experience each should put you at 39,549 experience total. That should be your total right now. Yeah? Okay.
Yep.
All right, so if you're watching the stream, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. Group 6, awesome job. And hopefully we see you next week, and you stay tuned for what happens next. So, anyways, bye. Have a good night.
Group 6.
Group
six.
6.